CRIMEZ.
Babylon and generation P8 with clear sense, uncommon, can you see straight? Freeze frames by the blockchain, the deep state, deep fake DNA. I'm mobbing with the think tank. You on the block with the guards where the beats done. What makes it loud for a law, get your beat stung. Freeze frame, make it hard for bombers roll through. That hating energy get barbecue beef bump. You work a third of the day to get the shame. Yeah, we got just like the murderers and rapists that you claim. So we burn a little sage, then we raid in your spot.
Get down, nigga, get your motherfucking ass down. What that motherfucking dope at? Fuck, nigga.
Pull crime, cold crime, cold crime, slow crime, slow crime, cold crime, cold crime. Said he pull crime, cold crime, cold crime, slow crime, cold crime, cold crime. Said he pull crime, cold crime, cold crime, slow crime, cold crime. So why you tryna give me occupation? My nigga, I ain't hate, nah. And my nigga, I ain't lazy. But I know hoagies and some cold-blooded killers, rape, some thieves. So why should I be patient?
I said he pull crime, pull crime, pull crime, show crime, show crime, pull crime, pull crime. Said he pull crime, pull crime, pull crime, show crime, show crime, pull crime, pull crime. Said he pull crime, pull crime, pull crime, show crime, show crime, pull crime.
Ftterman.
Said he pull crime, pull crime, pull crime, show crime, pull crime, pull crime. Hey, my nigga, I ain't hate. I ain't lazy, but I know everything that they got come from straight. So why you tryna get me occupation? My nigga, I ain't hate, nah. And my nigga, I ain't lazy, but I know homies and some cold-blooded killers, rape, some thieves. So why should I be paid?
Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful. Snowflakes should not view this content under any circumstances, even if supervised by a G.I. Joe, Navy SEALs, Army vet, or someone with good common sense. The views and opinions expressed, including the depictions of persons of color, corrupt politicians, white people with or without a tan, haters, who have yet to brush their teeth typing angrily in the comment section with hot breath syndrome, do not reflect any official policy or position of the U.S. government. This program contains graphic language, dark comedy, unique intelligence, creativity, a high credit score, and high blood pressure when triggered. This program has also been accused of racism, violence, misogyny, mansogyny, feminism, MGTOWism, defacement of celebrities, and of course, being a bully. Welcome to Thought Crimes.
What's up? What is up, everybody? This is your man, P Solo. Brent Solomon back in the building again. Good morning. First and foremost, let me not sound like amateur here. Let me fix this real quick. You know, because sometimes you can't tell until you're live. But anyway, what's up, everybody? Good morning. I hope you guys are doing very well. Y'all know what time it is. Let's get into it, man. Let's get to the money. You know, what is today? Today is Thursday, too, by the way, all right? Thursday, all right? So you guys know what time it is. So shouts out to you all that slid into the think tank, too, by the way. And before we begin, let me hold on back, man. Let me back this dang on back real quick, all right? Let's get to the content real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, as you guys can see, I didn't even pin it. Man, I'm doing so much this morning. Let me go ahead and pin it to the top. Ladies and gentlemen, Be More and Sin will be live. Again, that will be at 6:15 tomorrow. As you guys can see right there, that link is in the chat. There they are. Look at them. They two little apple heads is on the screen right there. You guys know what time it is. They're going to be doing their esoteric talk, esoteric tier. They're going to be doing their breakdown. And, you know, folks, they're going to be randomly every now and then. If, you know, you got questions about placements in your chart, natally, things of that nature, they will be able to answer those questions. Again, you can grab your seats early. That will be tomorrow at 6:15 p.m. Friday. All right, it'll be Friday, so y'all can go ahead and slide into the chat. Some people say, hey, man, you know what? I appreciate it. Now I understand. All right, I need to break up with this person. So you guys know what time it is, okay? There you guys go again, Friday. So I'll routinely, throughout this particular broadcast, I'll be advertising that for them. So again, that will be Friday at 6:15. Again, Friday at 6:15, ladies and gentlemen. You guys know what time it is. So let's get to the money. What y'all think we should start off today with? Do y'all really want to get into John Ftterman right now? Because I know we got some very astute, intellectual, politically savvy individuals. We got some wonderful agents out of Virginia that be chilling in our chat all the time. Shouts out to y'all. But also, we got a couple things to talk about. Memphis Bleek was sitting down. He was walking Mouse down in the conversation. At least that's what Memphis Bleek was thinking. Mouse was asking legitimate questions, and they were talking about the dynamics of politicking more so along the lines of activism. And Memphis Bleek says, look, I'm tired of all of this. Obama ain't even in office, champ. Now it's time for us to talk about all of this activism. Man, get this out of our face, all right? So y'all know that Jay looked like he's going to be doing the finessing at the top where he's going to be a little bit smoother, talking about, Target and boycotting, and you guys got Mrs. Butterworth, so you can't judge me. You guys got Aunt Jemima. You can't judge me. So, again, hats off, no pun intended, to Memphis Bleek. What are the best retirement plans for any rapper in hip-hop? I mean, how old did Memphis Bleek retire? What he's like? That nigga retired at 23? He dropped like 2 albums. He says, I'm out of here, all right? Jay-Z is Florida. That's my retirement plan. So I can't knock the hustle, pun intended, but I am going to jump into the conversation. There was definitely an interesting dynamic there, but clearly, I guess you would say Roc Nation, i.e. Roc-A-Fella alumni as a staff record label and as a motherfucking crew, are clearly agitated by the ongoing conversation surrounding Lloyd Hovington for the past, 2 years? So I'm going to get into that. So I guess I'll say Ftterman for the middle part, all right? Because, he's talking about leaving the Democrat Party. And again, if you're a Democrat or Republican in the chat, you guys know I don't care. But I have to cover some of this stuff, especially with the quote-unquote left when, for the most part, they're doing the most panhandling to black folks. Let's just be real about it. They're doing a lot of panhandling to black folks. And then on the back end, what does it mean if Durk gets a chance to walk free? Will it be a moment for him, or will it kind of be a Young Thug moment for him? All right. Memphis Bleek, let me get to some of the comments. Two-Face Tom says, Memphis Bleek, when asked an educated question. Shouts out to Victory Status. Victory Status here says, y'all let me know if them bombs are too raggedy or not. Victory Status here says, is John Ftterman the hot mouth hater typing angrily in the comment section? Every time I see him, I think of a bridge troll. I will say he definitely has an unhappy face. All right? He definitely has an unhappy face. I'm not the biggest fan of John Ftterman, my honest opinion. I'm not really the biggest fan of any of these fake Indiana Jones boys that, for whatever reason, both parties feel like they're trying to market action figures to voters. Do y'all notice that? It's almost like they're trying to market pretty much white male voters to white male voters. They're trying to find an action figure, with kung fu grip. The Plattner was supposed to be Indiana Jones with shrimp and oysters. And then Ftterman, the guy that's chasing black men down with a sawed off. So, he's standing his ground. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit tired of it. Okay? I'm a little bit tired of the whole angry white male marketing plan. I'm just being honest with you. When most of the voters in America are not that. Most of the voters in America are just trying to get things going. They don't care who they put in office. They'll put a dinosaur in office if it's going to fix the economy for them, okay? So, I actually think it's just kind of like a marketing ploy. But anyway, I tell you what, I'm going to start off with Memphis Bleek, okay? So Memphis Bleek sat down, I believe he was on Power 105. I'm not sure what the show is that Mouse has, or what is it called? But, I think it was him and some other co-hosts, and they were basically asking some questions about, concerning the Target boycott. Now, you guys know how I feel about the Target boycott. I'm genuinely indifferent. The only thing I say a lot of times, which, let's just say in the space of hip-hop, because, rap culture and rappers in general is typically very sensitive, all right? And yes, good morning to everybody, too, by the way. So it's typically sensitive, all right, as with many entertainment spaces. But rappers, though, really pride themselves on not caring, nonchalant energy. And we know that's anything further from the truth when it comes to those things. So, basically, Bleek was going back and forth with Mouse. Mouse has brought up the conversation of the Target boycott. Now, again, if I recall, Mouse is a millennial. You've seen him on the now defunct Grapevine. Shouts out to them too, Ashley Acuna and company, right? But I'll say this. For the most part, these are some of the conversations I've seen him bring up, all right? Now, again, I'm not the most active when it comes to telling people when and where and how to protest. Your business is your business. And I think protesting in itself, boycotting in itself, historically in this country, especially being spearheaded by Black Americans, it's a very effective tool of power. At the end of the day, the consumer says, I will not tolerate the disrespect. At the end of the day, they're telling these corporations, these corporatists, you can get to the back of the bus, or you got to change up your payment plan. You definitely got to change up your marketing plan. So I'm not one of these people that is just shooing activists, because I think what Black folks was doing with H&M, especially someone that don't speak all the time like The Weeknd, The Weeknd said, hold on, man, let me stop the Coke music, right? The Daft Punk Coke music, right? He said, wait a minute, but I'm not up on this. We can fall back, all right? All right, so when they had the little black baby, with the little monkey costume on, or the little monkey logo on his little, what was it? He was like a jogging suit or something crazy. That was appropriate. Yes, the boycott, it worked. Like H&M at the Wild Hills, like, hold on, man, please, right? So Memphis Bleek, I saw about as much as I could tolerate of the interview, and it's not really a shot to either guy, but I just felt like the conversation was going nowhere, right? I think, my honest opinion, Memphis Bleek has really been on an interview run. Now, you would think he's promoting something. I think he was on The Breakfast Club. I think Memphis Bleek, or M. Bleezy, was all over Power 105. So I think he doubled back like a deluxe, actually, because, over there. And then Memphis Bleek also, TMZ. That was a funny one there. TMZ, they was like, hey, Memphis, we got you. Yo, Memphis Bleek. He was like, yo, Roc-A-Fella took my feet. And I understand what the attempt is. Memphis Bleek is going to be, quote unquote, the no nonsense hustler nigga that's just going to speak direct to the newer niggas, right? Or the people that are hating on Jay-Z, or the people that are chatterboxing Jay-Z's name all across these internet streets. However, though, when you're doing these things, you need to be savvy. Or at the very least, if you're going to play the role of the street nigga talking to the quote unquote squares and lames, y'all niggas will have to be funny. I don't understand what are y'all doing. I do not get it. Okay? Now, y'all know Memphis Bleek has thrown some shots at one of many of Jay-Z's detractors, which would include 50 Cent and basically 50 Cent's right-hand man, Tony Yayo. All right? And you also says, the Cruel Guy says he has a podcast on the Drink Champs Network. I did not know that. I'm going to be honest with you. I know Memphis Bleek has a podcast, but I didn't know it was on Drink Champs, right? But that makes sense. Noriega, that makes sense. The whole New York alumni, right? So I'm watching what Memphis Bleek is doing, because that's how I am. It's a lot of times these guys are talking, but I just like to see, what's the play? What move were you trying to make? And clearly, Jay-Z right now, his team and his efforts, they said they're on the offense. Well, that's fine. That's fine about it. But will the plays be effective? My honest opinion right now, I think Memphis Bleek probably should have ducked that fight, okay? All right, that should have been a Mayweather Triple G moment. I think he should have ducked that one, because Memphis Bleek seems like a jovial guy, all right? Not all the time I think Memphis Bleek is going to be drop dead hilarious. There's some things like he said, because it's that slick New York shit that's like, it's some sarcastic shit that's kind of funny. But in that particular interview, he seemed very aggravated, agitated. He kept cutting Mouse off. Mouse maintained his composure. He asked a simple question and Bleek went off. Now, Bleek is probably like, I've been in the cut for 2 years. Ain't nobody coming at the big homie. I'm ready to up the Uzi. I'm ready to up the fully. All of that good old-fashioned 1997 Biggie Small shit, all right, that millennials and niggas don't know about, all right, and let alone the Gen Zers, right? So what happens in this process, your weapon of choice or the arm or even some of the ammo of today will be social media. I hate to tell you, older street niggas, I know y'all don't like it. I know y'all think it's cornball shit. But your arm and your weapon of choice, niggas, is social media. Like the great pastor himself, Future Hendrix, said on Jump Out the Face with the Deacon Meek Mill, you need to get out your feelings, young nigga. Come on, let's get it. All right? Let's get it. All right? And you know, I seen him make his rounds on several other platforms. He seemed a little bit more calm. You know, what's the guy that's always quoting Jay-Z lyrics? The white guy. What is he on? It's like some sort of MSNBC show. What's his name? You guys, y'all let me know who the guy is. He's always quoting Jay-Z. He's doing spoken Jay-Z word poetry. Y'all know who I'm talking about. So when Memphis Bleek was talking to him, it was very calm. And I've said this before with a lot of rappers, you know, even when I've spoken to some of them behind the scenes and they get agitated, but I'm telling them the truth, unlike the Jewish lawyers, all right? Listen, don't get at me. I'm just telling the truth because if I'm going to scam any group, it's going to be the rappers, right? But listen, here's the thing about it. People can see you. People can see you. Yeah, Ari, thank you very much, young old dude. Shouts out to you, young old dude session. Yeah, I believe it's Ari. He loves him some Jay-Z, okay? So I've told them before, people can see you. There were some other reasons. I'll give you a little bit of a tidbit why I just didn't go on a roasting the shit out of Lupe Fiasco spree and eating up some money behind that. At the end of the day, nigga, they can see you. The public can see you. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of people with public profiles before the advent of social media, you know, because I think Lupe's on the younger end of Gen X. I think he's like 44 or something like that, right? But people can see you. And, you know, rappers, particularly mostly black rappers, because most of the rappers we actually care about are black. Okay? Like, no, we do not care about Jack Harlow. All right? Maybe at the most Paul Wall, but Paul Wall don't really be on the internet like that. Okay? But outside of that, we can see you. And a lot of times rappers, black rappers get hot-headed with quote-unquote black representing media because not all these black represented media faces, not all of them are actually black-owned, okay? You know, you got a lot of folks, a lot of powerful families out of the Middle East, all right, or a lot of Arab families that do run a sector of hip-hop media. You got other groups that run sectors of hip-hop media. So a lot of times you may just see a black spokesperson. All right? That's what you'll see. So what I try to say to a lot of the rappers when they get sensitive about stuff, I said, look, the public can see you, okay? So people are going to look at like, damn, you know, Bleek was real chill with Ari and Mouse had the same composure, basically. He wasn't really antagonistic. Like if Bleek was going off on somebody that was like trying to troll the nigga, I was like, you know, come on now. Whether you agree with Bleek or not, like, you're going to get that action back, right? That's just what it is. We're all humans, right? But outside of that, people pay attention to how y'all handle black folks in media, y'all. Like, of course it's going to be fucked activism. Look how y'all handle black people in media. You get what I'm saying? Now, I have seen rappers get to certain spaces where it's a little bit more diverse on the lighter side of the game, and they've maintained their composure. They were calm, even if the questions are a little bit more antagonistic. You get what I'm saying? And I think maybe psychologically feel like there ain't going to be no consequences to that. But there is. In fact, I could argue you do worse off going off on a black person in media, especially in social media, because black people make things trend. So if your dumb ass jump out the face and fall on the floor and you did something crazy to somebody that happens to be black in media and the person was maintaining their composure, then nigga, you gonna get clipped up. Okay? Like, I mean, y'all gonna get clipped up. All right? That's something you rappers need to understand. You guys are taking it personal because you see nigga faces. You see black people. Of course, black people you're going to get clipped up. White liberals are getting clipped up right now. Emma Veglin, whatever her name is getting clipped up. All right? It just is what it is. Y'all don't get it because y'all be like, oh, yeah, nigga, whatever, whatever, right? So those are some of the things I've tried to say to some of them, you know, if they've reached out. I'm like, yeah, well, they can see you, and you going off on a black person in media, and they pretty much maintain their composure, you're going to get clipped up. Because honestly, I'm going to keep it real with you on the other side. If you go off on like a white person in media, yeah, you may have some white people like, yeah, that's right, you know, black on black crime rate, but black people don't care. They really don't care. I'm going to be honest with you. If you went off on Piers Morgan and Piers Morgan didn't even do anything, black people ain't going to care. They just going to laugh at it. Yeah, I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like, that's the thing I just don't, I guess, quite process with some of the rappers. You know, they cut up on social media, and then that happens. So my honest opinion about Memphis Bleek, about the fuck activism, that's kind of the wrong time to do that too. Like, I get it, they shooting Jay-Z's hair off his head. I understand that. But you're dealing with Voting Rights Act situation. You're dealing with aggressive far-right think tanks that are targeting black people on all levels. Listen, it is that deep. Let's talk about that, y'all, because this is a situation here that, you know, makes me think about Malcolm X and when he talked about the entertainers versus the political activists. And these things at this moment in this juncture, it stands true, you know, and I think a lot of times sensitivity, a lot of times self-centeredness, unaware. I keep telling y'all, a lot of y'all favorite rappers are genuinely unaware of their brands. They're genuinely unaware of their brands. And a lot of times in hip-hop, a lot of people are unaware of stuff, you know? People kind of get it after they quote-unquote take the L. Like, you even look at academics right now. He's like reassessing how everybody was reacting to him with the Charlemagne quote-unquote debate. And he's like, okay, all right, I see what I did. But going in, there was no, like, awareness to how big that fallout could be. It's not the end of the nigga's career. The nigga would be all right? But it was a good, for the moment, rebrand for Charlemagne until something else comes up, right? That's how it is. So the same thing can be said with the rappers. During that era of Black Lives Matter, I'm telling y'all, for those people that was in the industry, Black Lives Matter, if you really like rode that wave, it kind of wrecked you in the long run. Just being real with y'all. Okay? And I think personally, people are trying to shake some of that off. But one could argue, you know, when you're paired with Beyonce and, you know, y'all both aware, well, Jay-Z has coilier hair than Beyonce, all right? But when y'all wearing y'all, you know, hair and, you know, rapping about black features and wide noses and how beautiful black flesh is, and, you know, these are self-empowerment magical incantations. So millennials overall, for the better part, we just knew Jay-Z as the business tycoon. Because Bleek said some things, and I don't really want to try to replay everything. I'm not trying to get copyrighted and stuff, right? You know, but I'll just say one of the things that he said is that Jay-Z taught niggas how to get money. Okay. Well, I don't know, from just judging from what I've seen with Mouse, right? I don't think Mouse necessarily classifies himself in that space. Does that, just because somebody's a connoisseur of hip hop don't mean they're walking around like, yeah, I'm a nigga that Jay-Z taught me how to get money. Bro, it's not 1994. People ain't on the block pitching crack. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not a wave of people on the block pitching crack. Now, people are still slanging stuff here and there, but they mostly slanging bricks of weeds and shit, right? But when Bleek said that, and then I thought about it, I said, man, you know what? Everything's too bunched up. And this is those 360 brands before Leo Cohen did the 360 deal. These are those 360 brands post Tupac. You know, Tupac is kind of like a gift and a curse to hip hop. The gift is you had a chance to see someone that was prolific, that was efficient. The downside of, or within the right of himself, there are other people that kind of try to mimic that 360 thing, you know, where Tupac did everything. He did the activism. He also did the acting. He did the political pundency. He was involved in politics. His uprootment was in politics, right? So to some degree, people saw how much folks love that in hip hop. And even in his death, it became even emboldened. People fell even more in love with it, right? So then other people, and I'm not saying Tupac's the first person to do it in hip hop. You had Chuck D, you had KRS-One, despite me disagreeing with his game, even groups, right? And so, but Tupac did it at a megastar level, okay? He did it at a megastar level, and then the death just put everything on some icing, on some other stuff. There was a lot of money to be made in the game. And so you kind of see like rappers adjust to that a little bit more, you know, also in behind Ice Cube as well, right? So you see rappers adjust to that a little bit more. And so we get to the point where we're in the era of Barack Obama, right? And, you know, this is where everybody was told to be on their grown man stuff, you know. Jay-Z, a part of his, you know, rebrand post-Black album was that, you know, I'm a mogul now. I'm sitting down with Warren Buffett. You know, I'm doing deals and commercials with Bill Gates. You know, I'm the president of Def Jam, and, you know, tell them ordinary Joes to button up. And, you know, we you know, I don't have rims on my car. I'm a grown up for real. I remember this. Like, that's actually pretty much the era most of the millennials kind of know Jay-Z for, right? You know, that, and then for the Gen Zers, this is where Rock Nation is not understanding. For the Gen Zers, they've known Jay-Z since the Free Lock era, Free Lock Hove. That's where they know him from. You know, my friends, you know, Lemonade, you know, make sure you each other's, you know, elevate Black pride and all this type of stuff. Basically, activism era Jay. Now, if you do the market research concerning Gen Zers, they're even more aggressive with clicking off the millennials, who millennials are even more detached than Gen Xers. And Gen Xers had been even more, quote unquote, ferocious directly than the boomers. And the boomers, you know, were more assertive than the silent generation. As I said, you can't keep dumbing down a culture even if you think it's for the benefit of you, because when you're trying to move, you're going to move in ignorance. And people will look at that interview, and what you see is Memphis Bleek showcasing ignorance. Now, I think Memphis Bleek was being very emotional about his guy Jay-Z, because there are a lot of people, as we told you guys since 2018, 2019, and 2020, there's some real money in the game. And it ain't even just about Drake. There's some real money in the game to get Jay-Z out of here. Now, that don't mean, you know, he's a good guy. I don't know the nigga personally. But we just kick the ball across the fence, no Beanie Siegel, and we just tell y'all what it is. Now, we got a lot of rap fans, they get tight about us because it's their GOAT. You know, just like Drake, their GOAT. Kendrick, their GOAT. Nicki, their GOAT. You know, your poster on your wall is different from the reality of the situation. No Bootsy, right? So what happens in that process, because you're not understanding that people saw that and they pretty much enjoyed that era. And again, the NFL situation, Kaepernick's whole "we're past kneeling," I don't think people really remember just how big that is, or people are very dismissive about how large that was at the time. So because of that, you know, Jay-Z had been playing a lot of defense, you know, and I think it's good to see the behavior of Memphis Bleek. I think it's great to see the behavior of Memphis Bleek, because even for himself getting clipped up, because all these rappers, they watch social media. They all watch social media. I think it's good to see so you can analyze what is not going to work. You are not going to be able to go on Ari and be peaceable and be cool and calm and collected. And even if Ari pushes back slightly, and you politely respond, but then you go over this where Mouse is, and then you start cutting up, that's not going to work. In fact, you're just going to get roasted. And then that's going to add more resentment because you're going to be like, yo, look, y'all, block niggas don't run nothing. I keep telling y'all they don't run anything on the internet. Okay, you can say it's the nerd nigga era. Well, nerd crackers run the world. It's the same thing I said, like when Sin did a review of J. Cole's album and some random Crip nigga was cutting up with us. I said, shut your dusty, dirty rag up, nigga. You don't run nothing on the internet but y'all mouths. That's what you got to understand. And a lot of the block talk, a lot of the block boys, and Bleek is an old school block boy, he got to understand that don't do nothing on the internet. It don't matter how many times you show what body. You got people online trolling drill niggas in other countries. What are we talking about? Even when you say the idea of what Jay taught people, Jay taught niggas how to rap. Let's start there. I just don't see it half the times, when block niggas get on the internet and they start trying to be guerrilla gangsters. Through what? How? The screen. How you going to touch anybody? That's what people don't understand. People don't care. You're living in an era of trolls. The new comedy across the board for a lot of people is trolling. Memes are more powerful than the gun on the internet. Overnight, you can literally have your brand killed. Look what happened with Gucci Mane. Now, people used to be scared of pregnant Gucci. I remember seeing an interview when Gucci's belly was folded over his stomach and Charlemagne was quiet. No, man. Like he's going to get killed inside the studio. Before I continue my thought here, you guys are not bored, are y'all? Y'all want me to continue on? Shouts out to the crew. A guy says, Dumbass Podcast is called Rock Solid, Go Figure. Well, you know what? I'll tell you this. From time to time, I'll check out whatever Memphis Bleek is talking about when it comes to like Roc-A-Fella stories. Because whether it's Death Row stories, Bad Boy stories, Roc-A-Fella stories, these are all intriguing tales in the music industry to me personally. Just like with Jimi Hendrix, or if they talk about Solomon Burke and what went on during that time as well. When they kind of keep it on music and the arts and stories that people may have not been known or heard of, they actually win a lot of favor. But I just want to say this. Okay, I'll keep going. I just want to speak to the block niggas. I want to speak to all of the street niggas that be on the internet. It's not going to work with you calling people nerds, squares, and lame niggas. They designed everything that you're dealing with the internet. Okay? So, with that being the case, that type of push, and I get it, Jay-Z said he's going to be playing offense, so I know his boys are going to come outside and they want to push back very hard on a lot of narratives, but that's not the way to do it. And to be honest with you, we keep saying it, you probably should leave the activist conversations alone. Just being real. Now, can you push back on some stuff? Can you highlight some stuff that you've done? Yeah, but what you going to do? You're going to put activists in the trunk? You're going to put cement, tie it to their legs, and drop them at the bottom of the Hudson River? Yeah, I mean, come on now. Where y'all going to go with it? It's the thing, like I said, look, I'm going to be real with a lot of rappers. There's a stereotype that a lot of you rappers do continue to profess that you guys don't like it, but it is what makes people believe overall that the average rapper is stupid. I don't necessarily believe that, but I'm telling you all, y'all make moves when they be like, stupid rapper. You get emotional, you inject yourself in spaces that a lot of times you don't even care about. You put yourself in conversations you don't even care about. Politics is one of them. You know, I remember one time I saw Kodak Black talking about politics. Bootsy talking about politics. And running the conversation short. And then when people like, bro, you sound dumb. They're like, what you talking about? You a hater. And I think it's the culture's fault. I think we've placed rappers way too high on a pedestal. For some people, rappers are placed above their fathers and even Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Just being real with you all. So people look to them for their attention. I knew we was in the trouble when people kept pressing Young Thug to speak about black politics. I said, for what? Then he said, I don't care about that shit. I don't care why you keep asking me that, man. I'm getting money. I'm fucking white bitches, black bitches. I don't care. Then he said, I'm offended. Also, again, Friday, 6:15 p.m. Be More Insane will be live tomorrow, Friday, 6:15 p.m. on the esoteric tier. The link is in the chat. Be sure to grab your seats. And they're going to go further into esoteric and some of the stuff that's going on and even stuff pertaining to history as well. It's a fantastic show. You guys will not be disappointed. So you have those situations, right? So the rappers are out here, they're cutting up. Look, what I saw was really just a pretty much a bad media misstep. You know, I know they've been trying to correct course because all of this stuff been going on for 2 years from Busby and everything in between. But it's just proving more and more the Kaepernick shots, the activism. For them and the people that really love Jay-Z, Rock Nation, Roc-A-Fella, all of that stuff, it's not going to affect them because they're going to feel like, yeah, my boy is getting his shit off. The same way the niggas that really supported Drake during the Iceman run. They're like, yeah, man, he getting his stuff off right now. Right? When Kendrick came out with GNX, they're like, yeah, man, he getting his stuff off right now. So every group and demo, they typically do this. But what did I tell you guys? Your base is not bigger than the swing vote in hip-hop. It's just not. It's really, you know what really doing the battle kind of harmed Drake is that the people that were kind of bored with the music or some of the same antics. It's the same stuff that's kind of getting Jay in trouble as it stands right now because Jay has yet to release whatever album that's going to quote unquote turn at the very least a portion of his detractors into a more favorable stance or position on him. You know, I mean, Drake to some degree was able to do that with Iceman. He wasn't able to convert all of the theologians, but there are people that at first they was like, and then they revisit. It was like, hey, you know what? It wasn't a bad album. You know, so you got your trilogy out there, right? Kendrick, Cole, and then Drake finally. Now it's Jay-Z's turn. You get what I'm saying? So rappers in general are going to be getting educated continuously. You know, that wasn't a good look for Memphis Bleek. He sounded ignorant in that interview. And, you know, and I'm being real from just a consumer perspective. I see how you moved in front of the white boy Ari versus how you did in front of the black boy Mouse. In my personal opinion, I told you guys, I've never respected that energy. You don't get loud with black folks and get quiet with them. And that happens all the time. You know, what did they say? They said, Piers Morgan, I believe, or whoever it was. Who was it that was trolling Kanye West? Somebody was trolling Kanye West, and then he went off on the niggas at the Breakfast Club. So that typically happens a lot with black pundency, black reporting, black reporters. It's kind of like even some of the people that were walking past the Hollywood reporters, and it was only Halle Berry that stopped, for one black woman that was, trying to get an interview with somebody. And even some of the black people walk past her. Yeah, But y'all niggas gonna keep learning, though. Y'all gonna keep learning and keep thinking that for some of you niggas, there's a grand conspiracy. Look, I'm just being real with y'all. That's why I say you guys actually don't have the real estate to even do half the shit that y'all doing. All right? But yes, absolutely. I think it was an L interview. I get it. Memphis Bleek is out here. He's playing linebacker. He says, look, we trying to correct ourselves, or we pushing, we consolidating. They're trying to make light of the situation. They kind of got a W with academics dropping the ball, and so they're trying to play off of that. But I think the Mouse interview was a big L. Okay. All right. Yeah, I know it's the same stuff over and over again. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving on here, and if y'all have any more questions, I'll get back to that. I may take a few calls. It's up to y'all if y'all want me to. So, y'all know about the Pennsylvania Senator John Ftterman. He's repeatedly faced some speculation about a potential party switch. Democrats right now, right? Because that's the new wave right there. Jumping parties, right? That's the new wave right there. So there's been a lot of speculation about him and that, he may be jumping the party, right? And, Ftterman, he's got some issues, to be honest with you. And they celebrated him as this kind of like everyday man. The everyday man that's going to, I can relate to the middle of America, particularly white voter, right? Middle of America, particularly white voter. I sound like I should shoot some minorities when they hop on my property. It's that type of stuff. That's always been the pitch, right? So the rumor mill has been spinning quickly due to his frequent breaks from progressives. And they also talking about his cozy relationships with some Senate Republicans, right? Incredible. That's right, Incredible. I know you like the political tea. Shouts out to Incredible, because Incredible be like, man, all the rappers suck. What about the political tea? Shouts out to Incredible. But let's get into it. So they're talking about his relationship with Republican senators and a highly unusual joint bipartisan fundraising move. And they've been kind of celebrating this, right? Because it's supposed to be, men of both parties that they're going to be, doing this fundraiser. So let's talk about some of the breakdown here. Ftterman addressed the party switching rumors, and he stated this. This is what he stated to the Washington Post. He says, being an independent voice that works with either side or works with the other side to deliver for Pennsylvanians might put me at odds with the party that I have stayed committed to and have no plans to leave. Plus, I'd be a terrible Republican who still votes overwhelmingly Democrat. They said here he has pointed out that while his stances on immigration and foreign policy occasionally align with Republicans, he remains reliable. It remains a reliable Democrat vote on key domestic issues like labor, abortion rights, LGBTQ issues. Even with his independent streak, he still votes with his party roughly 93% of the times. He says here, also shouts out to Incredible. He says not all of them, just most of them, but thanks, Prince. Yeah, absolutely. So Ftterman, now, these rumors are coming out of Fox. You got the Washington Post. I'm going to be honest with you all. You keep hearing it. You're probably going to see something to that effect, unless Ftterman feels the brand of the Democrats could benefit him in the long run or they improve publicly. All right. So, for instance, let's get into the rumors here. All right. The speculation surrounding Ftterman isn't coming out of nowhere. Several high-profile moves have kept the rumor mill active. All right. The Common Ground PA joint fundraiser. Okay, so he got something called the Common Ground PA, the Common Ground Pennsylvania joint fundraiser. Ftterman made waves by launching a joint fundraising committee with Pennsylvania's newly elected Republican Senator Dave McCormick. This arrangement allows donors to support both senators simultaneously, while Ftterman insists it's purely a bipartisan effort to help Pennsylvania. Furious progressive Democrats see it as a major betrayal. And this is reported by The Guardian. Now, progressives, though, they kind of been all over the place. Again, some of them are like, they're leaning into like further left with a lot of stuff. But there have been progressives that have been critical of Ftterman because it's a Senate seat on top of that. So they're like, hold on. Like, don't flip anything red on us, right? So I have been seeing a lot of commentary about, how they're upset about this. Now, these are some of the same people that do entertain Nick Fuentes, too, by the way. This is all about power, too. So they definitely don't want to lose someone that's valuable for them as Ftterman. But while they're saying, Republicans, nasty word, they are entertaining Nick Fuentes. Okay, we got to be honest with that. Y'all got it. Y'all see it. Okay, So, and they also talking about his Israel red line. Ftterman has stated that he does not have one clear red line that would force him to exit. He noted that if the Democratic Party ever formally becomes what he describes as the anti-Israel party, he would leave on principle. Ftterman said, not on my block, though. All right, let's keep it. Now, I've seen Ftterman congratulate the IDF. I've seen him, most of the time, be pretty much pro-Israel, right? His pockets, his business, right? But I do see that for those people that are pro-Gaza and the stance on it, there's been a hard line with that. You're actually kind of getting that split within the progressives in general. You got progressives, they like, they're pro-Gaza with, what goes on with, minorities, specifically black people in this country. And then you got some that they're pro-Gaza, but they're like, we need to find ways to depower black people. Ftterman's stance is that, just on principle, if they were to make that move, he would have to leave. And the fact that he's saying that is signaling several changes that could come about. And the other side of it is Republican courting here. Reports indicate that several prominent Republicans have tried to court Ftterman to make the jump. They're telling him, jump, man, make that jump, man, come to death row, right? With some pitching massive campaign funding for his potential 2028 re-election. Ftterman has dismissed these pitches, saying simply, I'm a Democrat, I'm staying there. I personally wouldn't be surprised if he was to make the switch, if it was beneficial for him. If the Democrats' brand does not improve, and I don't see it improving by 2028, just my honest opinion. But if it does not improve and the Republican brand continues to grow, quote unquote, stronger, yeah, they're getting kickbacks and criticisms here and there, but I still wouldn't be surprised if Americans vote for another, quote unquote, powerful Republican politician, because people kept screaming that Trump wasn't going to be back in office. Hey, look who came into the studio. Sin is on deck, y'all. Just grabbed her seat and everything. What's up, Sin?
Good morning, everyone. Prince, you's doing a great job. I just wanted to say on Ftterman, he's a two-faced liar, and he's doing double speak. Mm-hmm. You're saying the only reason you would leave the Democratic Party is if they become anti-Israel. First of all, who the fuck are you? Like, you gonna leave a party based off of another country? And two, you should be open to negotiations also with the people of Gaza as well. I've never liked Ftterman, personally, in my opinion, and he's somebody who gets paid by AIPAC all the time, and he just comes off as a zealot freak, And he's playing in people's faces. You saying, I'm diehard Democrat, which I don't give a fuck about. But then you say, there's no way I would ever leave the party. But if it becomes anti-Israel, then I may jump. Then that means there is something that you would leave the party for, liar. Like, what the fuck? What type of strain of thought is that? Yeah, I would never leave the Democrat Party. But if they become anti-Israel, man, shut up.
It's kind of like Tank and sucking hot dogs. You gotta tell, look, man, I'm not saying that I enjoy it, but I'll try it again. right? And just a little bit of background here. One of the more controversial asterisks in his background. Look, I agree. I don't think I was ever interested in Ftterman. You know, look, I'm gonna be. Did I racially profile him? Yes, I did, because he looks like some of the people that has harassed me in Midland, Texas, that I almost had to box with. All right.
I thought he looked like that creature in Goonies.
He does, right?
But at least the creature in the Goonies had
heart.
Had a good heart.
Had a good heart.
Yeah, and he ate Snickers all the time.
You know, it's kind of ladies dating him. Like, he got a good job. I mean, he's not the best to look at, but you know.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but
right?
yeah, he had a good heart.
Yeah, no, I know too, Gravy. Shouts out to you. All right, so look, one of the more notorious moments in Ftterman's background, it says people brought up allegations of racism against Senator John Ftterman. They are almost always referring to the highly controversial 2013 incident involving an unarmed black jogger. The incident occurred while Ftterman was the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania, and it heavily resurfaced as a major talking point during his 2022 Senate campaign. All right, so this is what happened with the incident. On January 26, Ftterman was outside. He was outside his home in Braddock and with his young son when he heard what sounded like rapid gunfire, about a dozen shots. Ftterman saw a man running nearby, bundled up in cold weather gear, including a mask and goggles. Believing the runner was fleeing a shooting, Ftterman got into his pickup truck, pursued the man, and stopped him.
Cause I'm proud to be an American. Well, at least I know I'm free.
Yeah. The runner was Christopher Myers, excuse me if I mispronounced the last name, an unarmed black man who was jogging. Ftterman had a 20-gauge shotgun with him. Police arrived on the scene and searched Christopher and found no weapons, and determined the sound of the gunfire was actually local kids setting off bottle rockets.
I know, he's an idiot.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Not only was it the wrong man, but you heard bottle rockets, and you can't determine bottle rockets from gunfire? Two conflicting accounts. The core of the controversy and the allegations of racial profiling lies in the starkly different told stories by Ftterman and Christopher. Okay, so here's John Ftterman's version. Well, I heard gunfire near a school right after the Sandy Hook shooting and saw a man running. And I acted out of emergency public safety. Christopher stated he was simply jogging through the neighborhood. Okay, Ftterman insists he did not know the man's race because Christopher was bundled up in head to toe in winter clothes, goggles, and face masks. Christopher claims Ftterman knew he was black and targeted him because of it. Listen, the way Ftterman's eyebrows look, and he's in Pennsylvania, I'm going to be honest with you, it was racial profiling. Okay? Ftterman admits he had the shotgun in his truck but denies ever pointing it at Christopher. He also stated the gun was unloaded. So you pursued a potential shooter with an unloaded 20-gauge shotgun. Christopher claims Ftterman pointed the shotgun directly at his chest and that he heard Ftterman load the gun. I believe the black man. I believe the black man. So that's just one of the things that's a controversial talking point. I believe Brianna, she brought this up before. I seen her in a previous interview. I don't think she has ever been a big fan of John Ftterman. But yeah, you know, I've seen Ftterman try to explain this. I never had a chance to see Christopher's interview, but I've read some of the stuff he stated. My honest opinion, I just don't trust Ftterman, you know, not for the brand he's trying to sell everybody. Like, I am a trustable everyday man. You can come to me about these things. Yeah, I'm just. He says, wait, what happened? Yeah, Ftterman, in 2013, he claimed that he was hearing rapid gunshot fire, and he was so, caught up in what happened with Sandy Hook that he went outside based on emergency to go pursue a potential shooter. But he also is stating in his story that the gun wasn't loaded. So I don't know what he was going to do based on his story. Versus Christopher, the black jogger, said the gun was loaded. I heard him cock it. He pointed it at my chest. Again, it's a dirty game. So, of course, he can go on to make that rebrand leap right now, to be honest with you. All right? Yeah, jump.
Skip, hop, let it go. Also, I just want to say this too quickly about rappers because, they're really egotistical. Even when it comes to Prince Solomon, he does not care about trying to set any of y'all up, and he don't want to be a part of y'all funky cliques. I mean, the audacity for how narcissistic rappers are where they think people want to go and ride close and dirty. Y'all already stupid. Y'all already have fake friends next to y'all. Y'all already have people who want to set y'all up next to y'all. And then when people call that out, then you get suspicious of them. You're a dumbass. No one's taking y'all money. No one's trying to dick ride to get close to you. Especially Prince. Most of the topics in hip hop, he's talking about them because I be like, let's talk about them. Outside of the, regular music stuff that he likes to already talk about. But he don't give a fuck about none of y'all like that. So calm it down, it's just, it's really weird how stupid some rappers are. It's like they literally have somebody try to lick their butt crack to be in their inner circle. And then they rob them or whatever, set them up. Some of them work with the feds and, give information on them and all that. And then they cry about people online who literally have no association with them whatsoever. This platform has zero association with Roc Nation, OVO, TDE, or any of those things. In fact, a lot of industry people have been data mining thought crimes, if we want to keep it a buck. But I just wanted to put that out there because I just think a lot of people are egotistical. And it's just want to reality check. Nobody cares about y'all like that. We like to talk about y'all drama that spills over online, and particularly me. But nobody is checking for y'all like that. Like, calm the fuck down. And we don't see any of y'all as an opportunity. That's all I wanted to say.
That's funny. So you tell him what to do about the topics?
No. I'm saying that Prince and I, we share what we're interested in and have conversations about it.
Oh, it's good. I appreciate you, though. That's good.
You do have, people who, which we were talking about rap, a lot of them are, stupid. And they think people want to be in their inner circle. And obviously, this platform wants to stay independent. We don't want to be in any of y'all inner circles.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, and something that I told Sin. I said, well, my personal opinion, it doesn't apply to me because people just kind of don't get it, and I know why the average rapper doesn't get it. It's kind of like I said about Memphis Bleek catching this interview L out here because I think Mouse overall, I think he was a lot more composed. My personal opinion.
Mouse did an excellent job. I used to have my critiques of Mouse because back in the day he would say some things that I thought was like stupid, but he did a great job here.
Yeah, and I just think, Memphis Bleek, and like I said, particularly with mostly the black niggas, y'all gotta understand, when y'all go off on black media personalities, especially if they, are measured in their conversation, even if they disagree with your ass, nigga, you gonna get clipped up. Bro, you're going to get clipped up. I mean... Many of them are mad because
other men have turned them into a lick. They be talking about women.
So...
A lot of men have turned rappers into a lick, got into infiltrated their inner circles, got what they needed, then dissed them and all that,
Yeah, so overall, though, no, I mean, I know it's hard to believe for a lot of industry niggas. Like, they hear people say stuff all the time, but no, I'm genuinely not interested, There's opportunities that I could have already have taken but I don't have the temperament to deal with some of the bullshit that they do, and even niggas in their camps do. So I don't have that temperament. And overall, I'm really, like I said, when we was talking to certain people when they was popping up in that chat, they were getting emotional about it. But I'm not invested like that.
Yeah.
Like even I have fun with the Jay-Z shit. Am I having fun at the expense of the nigga? That's subjective, honestly, because that's like, are you having fun, slanging crack at the expense of the community? I mean, it's like, nigga, who gives a fuck, right? And that's just to say this real quick. I'm just saying overall, there's other shit that does go on in the industry, but as far as like to Sin's point, the dick riding train, trust me, I do not have tickets for that.
Yeah, like no, I'm giving an example. Like the people are just weirdos, and I don't like people who don't have their own identity, and I don't like people who are clingy. I don't like people who say stupid shit either. So like when you like saying like begging people, like if you in the chat and you're like, guys, whenever you get a chance, do a review of Iceman, and then someone do a review of it, man, see y'all on Iceman, like no, get the fuck out of our faces. That shit don't apply to us. Go run around with your little fucking homies, probably gonna backstab you, cause all y'all do is fall for tricks all the time. Y'all fall for traps like nothing, honey traps all the time. Even what happened in that Charlemagne situation. Trap Central. So nobody got time for y'all. Y'all not as smart as y'all think y'all are. A lot of y'all too are y'all don't know, not only are you being scammed, but some of y'all are scammers yourselves. But I'm tired of their arrogance. Like people in the industry, they need to come up off it. I see why people get y'all killed easily. Cause y'all are stupid. Y'all can't tell the difference between a friend or a foe or somebody who's neutral who do not care. And y'all the ones who've been running on the internet trying to flip every content creator, try to join some dumbass war when y'all all gonna lose. In your own way, y'all all gonna lose something. But also DJ was in the chat. He said I need the call in family. Okay, we're gonna allow that.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, just give us a minute. We're gonna finish these topics off, and then we're gonna open up the phone call. So don't worry, DJ. We got you, player. But yeah, no, Sin. To your point, I mean, it is what it is. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I mean, I know a lot of niggas, they do the tapping behind us. I'm like, bro, I don't care. I don't care. I care enough that I think this shit is entertaining, but beyond that, a lot of my BB with people that wear suits and ties and they're signing laws into office.
Right,
and I've always said
policies that are that affects us all. That Memphis Bleek said he don't give a fuck about that activism shit.
Yeah, I mean now because for them, it's kind of backfired. But like I said before, Memphis Bleek is going to get an education. And I keep telling y'all, a lot of the block boy, a lot of the block nigga shit, it ain't gonna run the nerd nigga space. It's just not the nerd cracking nerd nigga space. The only thing that people are going to do is they're just going to make fun of you. Getting emotional, getting tight about it. Again, Jay-Z trying to treat the whole Colin Kaepernick situation like he Nas and he dropping Takeover. Nigga, it's not going to work. I keep telling y'all, bro, you can't rap your way out of that situation. The best thing you're going to have to do is just move on forward and leave it alone.
Also, shout out to Indy for the super chat. We appreciate it. A very funny emoji. That's a very funny thing. Actually, it was a bit creepy though.
It is.
Was that like a serial killer lemon?
Yeah. So, yeah, but like I tell Sin all the time, we just talk about these things, but I don't really try to get too emotionally wrapped up with a lot of the rap nigga shit because at the end of the day, it's unimportant.
Well, this is even the thing that thinking this platform is to
it's
set them up. Bitch, who the fuck are you? Like no one took none of y'all money. Nobody wearing none of y'all chains or hat. Like the audacity and how ridiculous and dumb these people are. The people who are already setting you up are already doing it right now. It's already written.
Your lifestyle's written. Who are you kidding? But I just try to do the reviews and have fun and be lively about certain things. We're going to be cutting some more stuff too, by the way. And then we'll give you guys an update on like scheduling and things of that nature. because Sid and I, we do create content. We do put some other stuff out there. So we want to keep this thing going.
Yeah, and one last thing too, Prince, to say to it before we also come on. Nobody has to watch their mouth for anything too, and that's for all people involved in this hip hop stuff in the industry. Y'all don't control nobody's mouths. And like Prince said, y'all only running your fucking mouths when it comes to black people. Y'all so stupid. So suspicious of other black people. You have white people lining y'all up. Y'all have Lucian Grange lining y'all up. That's why I'm like, y'all, there's no hope for y'all. And whatever is going to happen, it's just going to happen. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, Bleek is getting cooked right now. Yeah,
we knew that when he... never mind.
Oh yeah, let me just say this real quick.
I was going to give a strategic play, but I'm just sick of all these. I'm sick of all of them. Never mind.
I'm all right with it. Like I said, it's still entertaining to me. The reason I'll tell you this because when Bleek said,
when we heard it, I was like, damn, that's dumb.
I said, Bleek, come on now.
That's a dumb statement.
You do better off telling Roc-A-Fella stories. All right,
that's what it looked like he was going.
Yeah, he should have kept the Roc-A-Fella stories going. But when he said, and like I said this before, when he said Jay-Z taught niggas how to get money, I told you, no, Jay-Z's taught niggas how to rap more than anything else. And the only reason I had to put in that perspective, a lot of times the public will remind these people, you guys are entertainers. I mean, you're not. This is not. We're not talking to Patrice Lumumba's, right hand man right now. We taught you freedoms. We taught you niggas freedom. Okay, But I think it's comedy. That's why I said a lot of this stuff is absurd. And there's a lot of block boy energy. I've seen block boys from the West, from the South, from the East Coast, from the Midwest try to get on the internet and like, yo, we gonna bum rush everything. I'm like, you're not going anywhere. If anything, niggas just gonna block you on their social media app and keep talking shit about you.
Yeah,
that's what niggas do.
It's like Prince and I have moved.
They said
forward.
we passed bleaking. Yeah, go ahead, Sid.
Like you said, we be talking about your strategy for years now. We talked about how Cassie was collecting information on Diddy. Diddy dumbass got caught up. We talked about how they was going to try to line Jay-Z up after. We talked about how Drake was going to get set up. They're like, how do you know? First of all, we talk to just people randomly like to talk to our platform, number one, without being in that industry. And number two, like sometimes shit is just easy to fucking see. I mean, I understand it's harder to see if you like actually in it because you don't have bird's eye view. But I also think many of y'all are stupid enough to think people who do have bird's eye view care enough to be intimate with y'all. Y'all whole lives are a mess. Okay, you got operatives, Fed operatives all around y'all. People who just waiting to put all y'all necks in the noose. No, thank you. People like to live peaceful and boring lives, like Kentucky said, and you damn right.
Well, also, this to say this, too, about the Bleek situation, because, look, I mean, I know you're trying to run interference, but, boy, looking like J.R. Smith out here.
He did a J.R. Smith move,
It was a J.R. Smith move, and like I said before, it looked like, to me, Mouse and Bleek were having two different conversations. In my honest opinion, I think Bleek should probably stay in the drink champ space, because Mouse was having a different conversation. And it's just what it is, and I don't, my honest opinion, I think a lot of times, because Bleek is from a different era. So a lot of this is where this is where generational submission and respect of power has conflicting issues. So you got guys from this era, they're like, I don't want to kiss Jay-Z's ring. I do my own shit, right? For some niggas that are in his corner, they're like, that's offensive, right? They do the respect your elder shit, right? Right? That nigga, who gives a fuck, right? But then the other side of it, Bleek is coming from the perspective of, I don't respect these internet niggas, right? One of them is going to be moving with a substantially more sizable amount of power right now versus someone that's trying to preserve their brand, because I believe Jay-Z is in brand preservation mode right now, brand sustainability. Again, like I said before, even when you say like teaching niggas how to make money, this ain't the crack era. Like, even if you want to say street shit, they don't care about who's pitching crack in front of Marcy Projects in '89. You get what I'm saying? Because that is another thing too. That's another
It was funny though.
Yeah.
Like you could tell that Memphis Bleek is like stuck mentally. His brain is frozen in time.
It is. It happens.
And he was an asset to Jay-Z in the media run. I will admit he was doing good up until this point. Like you said, when he was on the Breakfast Club, they slow. So he did fine there. You know, talking about, 50 Cent's members like Tony Yayo.
Right.
But when he went to Mouse, and Mouse like, that's what I love. I love when people, even if it's in a moment, they're not seduced by shining things. I like, Mouse just looked like, he's like, nigga, I don't care. Like, I'm trying to explain something serious to you. You talk about, people who platinum chains. Like, nigga, you didn't even tell people to invest in platinum. Buy up platinum before it went to $1,000 and something dollars. Like, who gives a fuck about wearing it around your fucking neck? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, I did like Mouse energy in that moment. I don't know him that well. Just in that moment, he just did a good job. Yeah, because sometimes people get nervous because they want to maintain a relationship with a celebrity or, maybe they actually do want something from them. In that moment, how Mouse was conducting himself, he was conducting himself like nobody who didn't care.
And then the other side of it, even if you are one of these like block boy street niggas, retired, whatever, I keep telling y'all, it only works if you actually are a really funny nigga. People, may laugh at Bleek because of other things, but he don't really have people laughing. Tony Yayo rambling as old as he is now, actually a lot of times be unintentionally funny, right? So, that type of style wouldn't work in those settings. And again, this does make people look at like, yo, Jay-Z just don't care. I don't really care in that space because I don't put stock in rappers. I'm going to be honest with you all. The rappers do exactly what I think they're going to do most of the time. Point right?
What Memphis said made it seem like, well, what's the point of you rapping all that pro-black, woke political shit?
I can do anything.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, first of all, everybody know Jay-Z's a grown-ass man. Nobody say he got an answer to every little thing. But he was almost getting a little bit like, my man don't got to respond to, like, bro, chill the fuck out. Your guy injected himself into politics. Nobody asked his ass to come over there. Nobody asked his ass to wear the Jersey 7. Nobody asked him to make a political album. He decided to do that shit on his own. Everybody knew when he said, I'm raping Def Jam to him, I'm the $100 million man. Nobody gave a fuck about what Jay-Z was doing at that time because they didn't think he was politically invested. When he decided to be politically invested, that is when people held him to a higher standard. It's that simple. Like, there's no bias there. There's no cherry picking there. You went into that arena. People held you to a higher standard, and that is what it is. Now, there's certain things I know about what Jay-Z did that I could say that helped, but like I said, I'm not nobody's publicist, and I'm really actually tired of all the sassiness from a lot of these industry people.
Yeah, so I just think it's interesting, but it does, however, paint a further picture that Jay-Z is what is the quote-unquote type of black capitalistic monster that a lot of his political detractors, because it was really fucking Jay-Z up. See, Bleek keep thinking this is a rap thing. Jay-Z, even to some degree, keeps thinking this is a rap thing. It's not really that. There are niggas in rap that are tired of Jay-Z, but this is actually having to do with a lot of niggas outside of rap that are giving Jay-Z the business.
Yeah, it was a very bad move because, like, look, people in rap can be ignorant, and we like to have our fun. And like you said, it's not really the rap environment that's actually holding Jay-Z to this level. I think Jay-Z and Meek and Memphis Bleek, they don't comprehend what's going on in the world right now. Like, the only person who's mentioned in certain spaces when they're talking about Bill Gates and oligarchs that they hate, the only rapper that they bring up is actually Jay-Z. I saw a guy even made some white dude made some protest song where he talked about get rid of the wealthy and all that. He named like 100 white men, and then the only black face he brought up was Jay-Z.
That is true.
and then now they're starting to sometimes string in Beyonce as well. And Jay-Z, Memphis, dropped the ball on this. He made things worse because of the Kaepernick angle. There are people who going to turn up on that, and deservingly so, because you like that was just dumb to say. Like, fuck activism. That's the point. It's like even when the Jay-Z clique was trying to be like, well, Walmart, well, this. It's like, bro, nobody has resources to boycott everything. Y'all don't act fucking dumb when y'all be in those rooms with them fucking white people. Everybody fucking knows that when you're protesting or boycotting, you pick one who was the most disrespectful, and then you use them as an example so you can encourage the other companies to fall back with their disrespect. It's that simple. Like they're asking dumb questions that seem smart to people who are stupid.
Well, because they're talking to rap, and I keep saying, Bleek, they're getting mad at like rappers and rap culture. It ain't got nothing to do with that. I keep telling y'all that everything that's fucking Jay-Z up on the real end of it literally has nothing to do with hip-hop. Yeah, there are niggas in entertainment that don't like him or they have some bad relationships with him. But I told you guys during the NFL situation when he said we're past kneeling, and I told you live, I said he's not going to be able to recover from that. I get it. There's going to be some beautiful performances. You got Jennifer Lopez on stage with Mexicans in cages. I get it. You're protesting. It's art. Leave it in the art. But I am telling you all how grand that movement was. Whether you agree with Kaepernick or Black Lives Matter or not, this is the problem. People need to respect power, the reality of power. I give you guys an example. Any old black woman with a new wig on any Sunday can watch Bill Gates in the fight. You can't touch him, though. That's the whole point. There's power there. With the movement in general, same thing with MAGA. I don't agree with nothing with MAGA. But it was a force to be reckoned with. Barack Obama, the campaign behind that. Yeah, you could think like, oh, it's disingenuous, as most of these political campaigns are, because money is to be made. But at the very least, you have to respect, like, okay, there's energy here. What Bleek and Jay-Z is trying to do is they keep trying to disregard it. What was that?
I mean, people who are very powerful have been assassinated before, though. But you are overall still right. I don't.
And here's the thing, Sin, to your point. Even the assassin understands the power of those people. That is why they get clipped.
Yeah, that's why they had to move in a different way to even be able to get them.
Look, we can't buy you off. We can't really infiltrate you, right? So you're still making too much noise. So we got to get you out of here. I know this sounds crazy. Even the assassin has more respect for those types of people when they say, at the very least, I acknowledge the power there. Bleek was sitting in the interview like he's not acknowledging this interview will have further backlash for him and his big homie.
Well, also, like you said, like they don't even know the environment. And we're gonna have people calling soon. We're gonna have DJ calling.
Yeah, we're gonna hit DJ up first.
And then we're gonna let everyone else call in. The last thing I'll say, Jay-Z and the rest of them are thinking too hard on hip hop and rap. It's not hard to win people in rap and hip hop back. It just isn't. Like, he's overthinking it. All Jay-Z got to do is put out a good album. Like you said, it's not the rap part that is the issue. It's just the fact that you stepped into politics and you elevated yourself in that way. And now you have people eyes on you, whether some of these people are hypocrites and some of them are not. All of these eyes are on you because of that. It's your own actions, period. And like people be like with J. Cole or with Drake or with this person. Like, it's not hard to win people in hip hop back. Okay, it really is. Like, people act like it's
probably actually one of the easiest things.
Yes, it is.
It's one of the easiest things.
Even in hip hop commentary, like people in hip hop, they get mad.
Keisha Cole's mama had a moment.
They don't. They don't want to talk to you for a couple weeks or months, depending on how mad they are. Then you make a video or commentary or video breakdown that they're interested in. Then they come back. Then they watch it, and the cycle repeats all over again. It's not really hard to win people in rap back.
Yeah, so just to be clear, and I don't know, hopefully y'all pass stuff around, because we always got a lot of people listening randomly, or they just not typing. But Look, most of Jay-Z's issues is not coming from the rap fans. They're reacting to how bad the campaign has been. Okay? It's just what it is, you know? So people keep making this out to be a rap thing. And I know, like I said before, my valid critiques on DJ Academics along with Sin is that he wasn't the most prepared, but Academics losing the debate against Charlemagne is not a victory for the critics that have issues against Jay-Z outside of hip hop. I want people to understand that, like, yeah, he dropped the ball on that, but that's still not going to deter the critics that are in politics that are viewing Jay-Z in a certain way, that are speaking on Jay-Z's political history.
Yeah, because like I said, even before the interview happened, we've been said that Academics going to lose because he idolized Charlemagne. You can't, like, if you don't have the mindset like Kobe, at the least with sports, I will say this, at least with sports, if they idolize somebody, they're going to still try to cook them on the court. You know, like Iverson when he crossed up Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah, like AI loved Michael Jordan. Like,
right,
literally his favorite basketball player, along with, of course, Kobe. But he loved Michael Jordan, and he still was like, I'm about to cross him. Like, what the fuck? You think I'm supposed to be just standing there on the fucking court because, you know, I think Michael Jordan is my favorite, you know, athlete or favorite basketball player of all time. So, but with media and in other places is really interesting because it's a more of a different type of psychological game, and a lot of people don't understand about like what Prince said, friendship fatalities with what they do to try to make you be off your A game, you know.
Also, to say this, and shouts out to EK, and then we're going to go into the calls. I'm going to hit DJ up first, and then we're going to roll into some of you all, if you guys would like to call in. He says here, I disagree. You guys say it's easy, but most people can't do it. That's not true. EK says the internet is not real life. Dude selling out stadiums immediately. He has fans and influence still. I'm not understanding where Jay-Z is losing right now. EK, what I'll say is this.
You just said that rap people are easy to win
Yeah,
back.
but
What
EK,
was in
you-
the stadium was rap fans.
EK, you actually proving our point.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
not
EK,
the same thing.
shouts out to you, because I know you always be in the chat, but those are hip-hop concert goers. They're coming to see Jay-Z. Just like R. Kelly had all those tapes floating around, he still had people coming to see him to sing those hits that they love. They didn't come to see R. Kelly talk about anything else. They just wanted to hear him sing. But R. Kelly had a lot of critics that didn't even really care about his music like that. And some of the people that came to see R. Kelly still was talking about what he was doing in those videos. I keep telling you guys, on one hand, you can't say that, okay, Jay-Z, and I'm just saying, I want you to call in if you want to when we open up for the other people, EK. You can't say Jay-Z is not losing. He's not going to lose with rap and hip-hop. That's what Sin and I are both saying. That's what the issue was with his freestyle. If he kept it there, he wouldn't have got that one boo that everybody's trying to act like they didn't hear.
He keeps trying to force a political conversation with trying to erase what took place with the NFL. It can't be erased. Just fucking move on.
Yeah.
You moved on with Def Jam.
There you go.
Like you moved on with the Barclay.
You got to leave it on.
Move the fuck on.
And you got to understand.
And going back to Prince's point,
Right.
we'll just say it again. We said people in rap, they're fucking easy.
They are.
If you are a commentator, don't worry. It's easy to get people back. That's why, you know, the academics loss is not going to amount to nothing anyway. If you a fucking rapper, people in hip-hop, we just said it's easy to win people in hip-hop and rap back. But there are other people who hold weight when it comes to society who are not that easy.
Yeah, and what Jay-Z did, EK, we're speaking about what Jay-Z's biggest issues is coming from outside of hip-hop. Yeah, he gonna sell out a tour stadium. R. Kelly was selling out stadiums. You know, boys that then rapped about and that they didn't actually kill people on records, rap fans are gonna come either way. So that's why I said the rap conversation sometimes is kind of like it's the thinking cap, and people look at the world from a rap perspective, from a rapper's perspective. You get what I'm saying? So I just think in that regard, that's where the misunderstanding is, because Mouse isn't talking about rap music with Bleek,
he wasn't
but
talking about it.
Bleek was responding from a rap nigga's perspective. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's the point. All right. Also, Victory says they still think this is the state property era and the grassroots are light years ahead. They actually are in that regard. And I know I'm gonna say this. I'll just say this because I don't always agree with every grassroots movement, because you got to see which ones are funded or whatever the case is.
Some be paid by Peter Thiel.
Right. A lot of them. Right. But I'll say this.
It's probably why some of the rappers be paranoid if they do think that far.
It's easy and cool to say that about activists because people have always been saying fuck the activists. But they still hold weight. And rappers got to get out of their feelings. If you go into a space and you do all this pro-black shit, and then now you want to go back to Lord Tycoon Hovington, then, you know, you're going to get some criticism. It's like if you change your producers around, niggas going to say something about it. Like, bro, you don't... Like, what happened with this last album? I haven't listened to the entire Future album. I listened to a few songs. But Metro Boomin was missing, right? But people did pick up on that, right? So it happens. But, again, I'll say this one more time. People in rap think the world revolves around rap. It don't. There are people that have criticisms about your favorite rappers. They don't fuck with rap music. They don't care about the messages.
And they have their own sense of power, too.
Yeah, and they're also saying when said rapper comes into their space, i.e. politics, they going to say something.
Well, and also, like, a lot of artists in all genres, including hip-hop, used to understand to not get on the bad side of the people. The people can be very dangerous, too. Like, and we're living in a time, too, right now where people are on edge. I just think what Memphis said was dumb. And you have to think about what can the ripple effect outside of hip hop. I just think that, like Prince said, people, you can't have tunnel vision and just think on just rap. Everybody knows, again, for rap, hip hop is easy. Kodak Black raped a woman.
Yeah, people, they still fuck with
went to prison.
Yeah.
And got out through a pardon from Trump and his people through his lawyers. And, you know, people welcomed back. People welcomed back Mystical 500 times before he finally got locked up again.
Mystical ain't getting that
for sexual assault. People be groupies for entertainers who stole from them. My favorite rapper, he stole an illustration from me or this and that. Then what the fuck is he still your favorite fucking rapper for? So obviously in rap it don't matter. We're talking about outside of rap in the greater world.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. So that's and then again, most of the time people it's cool to disagree, but like if you like are like in a hard-headed space of disagreement, it's because you probably only listen to rap. And there are a bunch of niggas that only listen to rap. Maybe they'll listen to a throwback R. Kelly record here and there, but niggas that just only listen to rap, they only deal with rap media, they only consume rap, that's how they think. What you talking about, man? No, the stadium, man. The stadium's the stadium, niggas.
Yeah, I mean, I like the helicopter. I agree with, was it DVSN? I thought the helicopter view was pretty cool that he had on his stage, like from a performance angle and all that. But if we're talking about strategy here, Memphis Bleek could have handled that better, especially because I know we see what people are doing.
Yeah,
and I think that it's mostly good. But I do think they're wasting too much time thinking that they have to do all of this to prove something in rap. You more so have to be worried about the people who are watching, who are part of certain movements. And if you trigger a movement, especially in the age of Aquarius, forget it, I'm not even talking about astrology today. That's going to be up tomorrow.
Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen.
Practical conversation. If you trigger just any political movement to have an issue with you, you're going to have a problem. Like if you trigger, the people who are anti-Israel and they're pro-Gaza and trying to save the people of Gaza, or if you trigger the people who are anti-police brutality or whoever, if you just trigger certain movements, there is a danger there. And I do think that people got to understand, people are doing mass cancellation of certain people when it comes to actual politics, not bad behavior in music, not saying crazy shit in their songs and all that. They're really. I saw Jay-Z and Beyonce be mentioned in spaces that I haven't seen any other black person be mentioned in, and I think that is where the danger is.
Yeah, because it also speaks to their quote unquote power and cultural influence in their positioning of power. Look, you stand next to the first black president of the United States. Again, you guys could have think all of it was bullshit. True, but that is what it means to like accept power or have power respond to you, or you've injected yourselves into certain circles. If y'all saw me running around with Oprah every day, I would get some of the same or similar criticisms, or by default, listeners would group us into those spaces.
And then you have competitors.
You get what I'm saying?
Who are going to clip up. Like, y'all are in a battle right now, right? Anyone, like, you see how, okay, Kendrick is staying quiet, so there's nothing that people really are clipping up for him right now. And for right now, you know, Drake is quiet outside of liking Instagram posts. But people are waiting to clip up on all sides somebody doing something wrong. Why? For hip-hop, it's just more content, because we know it's really rare that people going to throw out a fucking rapper in hip-hop. Like we talked about, people have sexually assaulted, done weird-ass shit, and still been here and popular in hip-hop and rap music. So that's just, you know, engagement.
The bar ain't that high.
Yeah, the bar is not high with morality and ethics. Come on now. This is just engagement farming. But some people in media do have an understanding that they're trying to clip up groups of people who do care, who have their own sense of power, and who can become vicious if triggered in the right way, which is basically what y'all all trying to do with each other. 'Cause I see some people trying to clip up each other on some black shit. Some people are trying to clip up each other on Gaza conversations. Like, let's not act like the sides that are warring with each other aren't at least cognitive to some degree of the outside world, outside of hip-hop and rap media.
Yeah, there is an angle here that could definitely work, but niggas, they don't pay me for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and let me see if I can reach out. We're going to reach out to DJ, and we're going to get him on the line here, because the Jada kiss, right? Jada and 38 Special. I do see something going on with 38 Special. People are resharing old videos that, quote unquote, for men in hip hop. I'm not saying anything that's homoerotic. I want to be clear, so don't think that I'm saying like, they like, wait, what 38 Special is doing? But there are certain things that, like, quote unquote, men are saying like, bro, that ain't a good look. So I'm seeing that come out first, and then maybe that's probably going to get dropped somewhere else. But we're going to hit up DJ real quick, y'all, and see what he got to break down this, because I saw him talking about Jada and 38 Special.
Yo, peace.
Yo, DJ on the line, man. I saw you was talking about the DJ. I saw you talking about the 38 Special and Jada situation.
Yeah. I want to kind of touch on the Dame Dash and a couple other things real quick, if y'all don't mind. How y'all doing today? I know the people on the kind of getting up around the country that's South CRIMEZ listeners, man. I just want to say I appreciate y'all for support, bro, and sis. You know, just want to share that first. I'm gonna keep it real. Memphis Bleek put Jay-Z in a bad fucking situation, like a seriously bad situation, because beyond the fact that this nigga don't have the intellectual. Really, Mouse didn't have the intellectual ability to have that conversation either. He just knew it was wrong. Memphis Bleek is a nigga that been number 2 the whole time. So when he like, yo, we drug dealers, you like the old late, like, bro, like, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, this is putting Jay-Z in a weird space. Talking about, because I heard a couple people talking about he ain't win. I mean, he winning. How is this a problem? Hey, bro, I don't think you understand. The crowd want the blood. I need you to understand this, bro. If you of the biblical tradition, hey, my nigga, they had Jesus ride through on donkeys and Hosanna the next week crucify him. Don't act like these people won't change up if they feel slighted. Memphis Bleek is saying we don't owe y'all an explanation. See, the Kaepernick thing, it's in poor taste, and that's the issue that people have with Jay-Z right now. I'm gonna tell you what I think is gonna be the bigger issue. Dash. He kind of, it's like bro, kind of just, I won't say he hating, but he crashing out. Now you can interpret that however you want, but he is clearly crashing, and you know he like with the chief teeth and shit like that, bro, really crashing out. And Memphis Bleek made a comment in the Breakfast Club interview that was a little startling. He said, "Man, the only way we miss you is if you die." Like, what's to that? You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of shit going on. I will say this, man. Jay-Z, you know, at this point, you said what?
No.
we
We listen. No, we hear what you're
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was hearing it back. Yeah, Jay-Z at this point, I understand why he's trying to do damage control because he didn't know how the people was gonna take it. You know, between the Tiana Taylor situation and just it's a lot of narratives with this thing. And, you know, Memphis Bleek going out trying to do this damage control really just hurt Jay tremendously. He kind of went too hard trying to defend the quote-unquote throne. So I don't really know how that's going to play out. And typically Memphis Bleek, when it's like hip-hop adjacent stuff, he's really good at that. For him to come out, you're like he's really great. Like, I love his takes about, you know, payment and music and shit like that. Like, I think he's naturally funny, New York dude. But let's be real, bro. All them niggas seen Joe Budden go pull the M's down. And they all jumped on the bandwagon to pull the money down. That's just what it was. Podcasting has done to hip-hop what I believe Source Magazine did to hip-hop during the East Coast, West Coast battles. War. See, back then you had Vibes. Those were the podcasts where it was like, oh, Biggie, Death Row, The Last Stand, or some shit with Biggie and what's the nigga name? Diddy was on the cover and shit. I forgot about nigga Puff. Yeah. So those type of covers. Now you see everybody getting scared. Now I tell you this, I think Jay and them is really on offense. You see academics talking about I'm not gonna talk about this anymore.
Yeah.
Because you got whooped. You got whooped, my G. And it's not because you're not smart, it's because you wanted that light, you felt good, you doing too much, and bro and them is playing a different game. You know what I'm saying? They not fucking around. You know, Drake noticed. That's why he's not saying anything. He's not saying anything, and it's not because he calculated. He's scared too. I think all these cats are scared because, and when I say scared, I mean the fear of, hey, bro, I want these people in the comments to understand. I ain't even reading them. I just want y'all to really grasp this. It's easy to play Monday morning quarterback when you not on the field. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when you on the field and you getting sacked and you getting hit upside your head and concussions, it's all that you should have did this or did that. Hey, let's see you get in the line of fire. All these dudes is in the line of fire. They're in the public eye. Any little thing you say could be taken a certain way with the people. And Jay-Z is dealing with that right now. Now, this is the problem I see for Jay-Z. Honestly, all that, y'all keep gauging on, it was a bunch of niggas at a concert. Niggas like to go out.
Yes, they do.
Jay-Z. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, niggas like to shake their ass. I'm thinking about this time. Y'all niggas love that shit, right? But
Yeah,
the
true.
big point is this, that Dane did make. is that the whole idea of the original reasonable doubt was, hey, none of these white motherfuckers thought this nigga was anything. They thought he wasn't shit. That's why they didn't sign him. So they did it on their own. Now you the most commercial rapper of all these niggas, and now you slutting it out. Now, say what you want to say. I think Jay-Z smart for slutting it out, because you don't know how long they already saying fuck you. You the white man's nigga. You might as well sell his shit for all it's worth. But I tell you this though, I don't think that with them concerts, Jay-Z proved to white corporate America that he's still moving the needle on his own. You can make some calls, but that's not power to them. You get what I'm saying? Unfortunately, you know, I'll be real. Jay-Z, watching that shit, it made me appreciate him more. You know why? I'm like, damn, dude, been out a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He did a lot.
Yeah.
But I just looked at it and like, damn, he had to do a lot to prove to these people that, hey, I can still move the needle. Niggas pay Jay-Z for one reason and one reason only. Y'all know that. Because he been, quote unquote, the king of the niggas to corporate America for a long time. Drake challenges that notion. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what the battle is over. Who going to control the checks from white America to control what the black dollar per se? And, you know, I'll be honest with you, that's what all this is about. People thought Jay-Z didn't have it no more. They thought, man, dude, your ass, the Super Bowl, this and that. He had to go back out in the field and show, yeah, I can do this too. And, you know, I understand that. What I think is going to go, and I told Princess saying this yesterday, I think that the powers that be are going to orchestrate something where them dudes come together. Because they both have shown that they're willing to play ball with the powers that be. Drake was never not playing ball. They just didn't want to pay him. And they put the knife in his back. That's what happened. Let's be fucking real. It wasn't like he was on bullshit. They knew that he was getting out them agreements. He wanted that money. They like, man, we don't want to pay this nigga all of that. And they made a play when, you know, listen, hey, in this game when you number one, you don't know who coming at you. See, y'all, like, sometimes y'all think, oh, it was Jay-Z and them. Oh, it was the white folks. It was Jews. It was the West Coast. Like, bro, it don't work like that. You will have your enemies converge and they won't even talk, and you would just get blissed all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you getting jumped. You ever been in school? I'm from the hood. Nigga jumping niggas. These niggas don't even like each other. They just pummeling you. And you don't even know what's going on.
No, that
like,
is
damn,
true. That is true.
Hey, cuz I remember it was this kid, you know, when I was a kid's name, Deshaun, I ain't gonna put his last name out there. He was just a funny nigga. He used to it was really funny. He used to tell jokes about everybody. Man, one day the class got together about 30 deep. It was 35 people in the class. And outside the class, and they just whooped his ass. He was crying and shit. And it was niggas that didn't even talk because he just was that nigga with the Jonesin. And they beat that, they punched that nigga up. His mama was crying, everybody was crying. I never forget that. When they asked him who did, he couldn't say nigga. The whole class said, what, you gonna kick everybody out? It didn't happen. They just said, nigga, stop telling them jokes. Anyway, that's what happened with Drake. He had offended so many motherfuckers, bro. He didn't know where it was coming from. Jay-Z kind of in the same space. I'm going to keep it real. So, you know, Jay, to be honest, all that Jay winning, he not really winning. And the reason why he ain't winning, it don't got nothing to do with the niggas. He done been had the niggas. Y'all niggas was, Hove, nigga, that shit was in 04, 03, 04.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all was doing that then. He been had y'all niggas. The thing is, Ray Daniels has the point of all points. He detests the fact that he still got to interact with black culture to accelerate in his white, you know, because the white man got the money. Let's just be real. You know, I'm not trying to be racial, but that's just what it is.
It's
So
their shit. It's their shit. Yeah, that's just it's simple.
yeah, you don't want to have to keep coming back down and like for all intents and purposes. And this is what I tell Prince and Sin, and we all came up with this conclusion the other day. Hey, my nigga Jay-Z had fully evolved into I'm Basquiat and doing spirit cooking with the bitch Maria up there putting the forehead with the thing. Like that nigga was far away from Brooklyn nigga culture as I am from Alaska right now. And some type of way, man, like even look at the last 8 years of albums. 444 and shit, Legacy. That nigga turned into a Black Panther, a Raucous Records nigga. That nigga did a Nation of Islam album talking about Allah and this shit and all that shit. Now the nigga back up here with a bulletproof vest and all this. Like, nigga, y'all just tricked this nigga back into the street. Because he felt, I got to go back to the shit. Hey, listen, bro. Nigga felt like I got to go back to the original thing before I lose it. They wasn't trying to see the Afro J say, man, hey, cut that shit. You like, shit, I guess this is what they want. Y'all got dude out here looking crazy right now. He don't want to cut his hair. He wanted to chill and be a painter and shit. Hey, what 50 Cent say? He's like a gay painter. He thinks he's a fucking gay painter. Like, this is what, I'm just being honest. So, you know, I'm about to wrap up and shit, but, man, y'all have tricked Jay-Z into this I gotta be the streets is watching ass nigga again. And the problem with that is, bro, you not a fucking street rapper. You dealing with corporations. You dealing with people that you trying to convince them I still got it. They're Frankie Lyman this nigga. They don't care about no shows. Hey, man, can you sell them albums? Bro, hey, no more tricks. No more, hey, you know, well, shit, I sold this shit to Samsung and no, they want to see can you move the needle. Mm-hmm. And in the current culture, do the young, and granted, young people don't got the money in the sense that the older, you know, his base got. So that's why I'm forecasting. I don't think that they look and say, okay, you know, let's get Jay-Z the fuck out of here. I think they say, okay, Jay-Z, you be the king of the old niggas. Drake, you the king of the new niggas. We unite and try to monetize that, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Do I think Drake could go for that? Not really, because he mad that they just tried to chop his motherfucking neck off, you know, cut his throat. But both of them niggas got what we say, the backers and the crackers. They all got to answer to somebody, and they've been shown that they don't play ball. Now, the motherfucking asterisk and wild card is Kanye West, because he is going to get his dollar outside the realm of them people. And that's why they blacklisting this nigga. Not blackballing, I'm talking about blacklisting. Like, you're not seeing these astonishing things he's doing outside the realm of this, you know, Western, European, American market. You get what I'm saying? And he's the wild card. So he probably like, let them niggas chop their head off while I go get to these big stadiums and stuff like that. And that's kind of the thing. So Memphis Bleek, now I'm gonna tell you what Bleek got. They're gonna probably gag order Bleek, because honestly, whoever was in the chat that was saying that, you're kind of right though. I'm gonna keep it real. The optics to the world was very nostalgic. It's like, yo, Jay-Z, Soul Records, motherfucker up there, baby, I stayed away. Like, he trying to black it out. Yeah. This nigga was just a white, like, he trying to nigga it out to capture y'all heartstrings. You niggas spent $1 billion on Michael Jackson. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Nostalgia.
So he, yeah, the Yankee had this shit. I'm a nigga New York it out. I'm going to bring all you niggas' favorite black shit out there. You know what I'm saying? He just did his own, which is smart. Because I'm going to be real. Even the niggas that, listen, this is why academics shut down, right? Because they was kind of winning with the fuck Z star reminding people why we like them. which we do. Like, yo, I like this is the shit I grew up off for the whole world, all that shit. But that's like, I call it sprinkling sugar on shit. Cause like, yeah, you did all that, but nigga, you backdoored a bunch of niggas, sent niggas to jail, did a bunch of crazy shit to people, bro. You know what I'm saying? But you over, so I'm just rolling with it. But I think that the thing that is about to be the Achilles heel for Jay-Z is this. If he don't come up with a meaningful response about that Kaepernick shit, seriously. And now you got Memphis Bleek saying, I don't owe you niggas. That nigga just speaking
He said, pay your own rent. He said, pay your own rent, nigga.
We sell drugs, bitch ass nigga. Like, bro, what? Bro, if that nigga don't put out a statement right now, because look, I'm telling you, bro, listen, that's essentially what happened, y'all. Memphis Bleek got on the #1 radio station in New York and told the black community, Jay-Z don't owe you niggas shit. He showed you niggas how to make money. Bitch, wasn't no money out here till this nigga. Fuck y'all niggas. And niggas, we working with Target, nigga, do something, bitch ass nigga.
He said we sell drugs too. We selling crack.
We sell drugs, nigga. We selling drugs, bitch ass nigga. Like, this is the messaging. So now watch this. I'm going to tell you what you equate this to. Bleek wasn't wrong. You know why? Because that's how Jay-Z really fucking feel.
True.
Listen. But he's speaking on the backroom conversations because he's just happy to get the light again, right? Right? But watch this. Now, when Jay-Z, Elijah Muhammad, his Malcolm X, chickens come home to roost comments, watch Bleek turn his back on Jay-Z. When they like, I have silenced him for 90 days. Like, when that shit happened, and he like, yo, I'm going the hardest. Man, watch this. Hey, bro, you couldn't even get tickets for the concert for your wife from this nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously. So that's when you gonna see it. The problems, listen, Jay-Z's biggest issue is not gonna come from no Drake. It ain't gonna come from no black community. It's gonna come from some niggas that's in that circle over there that feel like dude ain't fucking with them, and he gonna do the same shit he did to D. David and all them other niggas that got problems and like Dame crashing out in hotel rooms crying and shit. And somebody, and I'll tell you this, y'all might think I'm crazy. I'm gonna tell you who the motherfucker who gonna be, and I told Princess saying this yesterday. And then after this, I'm gonna get off the phone because I know y'all saying get this crazy nigga off the phone. I think the knifing Jay-Z back is gonna come from Memphis Bleek or Beyonce knows, nigga.
Okay.
I'm telling y'all, bro. Hey, listen. Hey, Beyonce. Hey, I want anybody that got eyes and ears, go on YouTube and look up her performance Friday night and how she was, I love you. You are the rock. You my rock. I love you. This is my baby. All that shit. And look at Beyonce on Sunday night, my nigga. She didn't want to be next to that nigga. Because y'all got to understand, Jay-Z has been very sanitized the last 10 years. He ain't been saying nothing. He just been playing behind the scenes. Nigga did a Nation of Islam say, the black woman, I got numbers in my phone that ain't gonna never ring again. Shit, motherfucking 444 legacy and all. I could have went Eric Benet and all that shit. Like, that nigga been like milquetoast. Now this nigga back out here with all the bitches. Bitches talking about Jay-Z look fine. Foxy Brown, Rihanna fat ass up there. That nigga hot. I'm gonna be honest. Motherfuckers feeling like, man, what you want? You can see it. Hey, I want to ask all the Thought Crime family that may or may not agree with me, and I'm gonna get off the phone with this last comment. Hey, my nigga, what was Solange at? Everybody team Hova. Where was Solange at? The mama was there. The kids was there. The fucking Destiny's Child. Tyler fucking Perry. All the nigga. That was the nigga Super Bowl. The nigga-ville. You had fucking Eminem there, nigga. Everybody was there. Solange ain't there. That's her sister. Raphael Sadiq was there, but no Solange. I'm just asking. Everybody was there. Why Solange wasn't there? Because they don't, man, I'm telling you, bro. Y'all gonna see. See, right now, if he silence Bleek, because he got a weird position. If he spank Bleek hand, Bleek gonna crash on him. If he don't spank Bleek hand, the black community gonna be like, bro, after that clip go viral, like, nigga, fuck us. You gotta condemn that, homie.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad.
Or you agree with this, Jay-Z? Nigga, you already lied. They just said that, nigga, he didn't have to sign no non-disparaging. So nigga, you lied. So at the shit that you just turned yourself, you just lied, nigga. Colin Kaepernick is in a, man, listen, look. Are y'all gonna let Jay-Z be the pin for some anti-Colin Kaepernick shit? I don't fuck with Cap. I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real.
No, I remember
Colin Kaepernick
years ago said that. Yeah, that you
I'm
wasn't
gonna
fucking
be
with
honest.
Cap.
He tied to too many. He tied to too many organizations. I'm for real. That nigga's a black Greek. He's a Kappa. That nigga went to certain university, a Midwest dude. He in a lot of he in the NAACP adjacent shit. Like, the liberals is fucking with this nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? So for Jay-Z to do some right-wing shit on some anti-cap because he trying to clean it up for him, man, you about to see all these left-wing niggas eviscerate this nigga.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. It's outside of rap. That's our point. It's been outside of rap, DJ. And if the rap fans don't get it, they looking at shit from a Black Album perspective. I said all his problems are outside of rap.
Man, and that's it. See, y'all niggas don't be so fucking slow or so smart that you can't see the forest for the trees. This shit is bigger than hip hop. Jay-Z not up there because he trying to be the best rapper again. That nigga did that shit. He was never really the best, but he was like the quote unquote king of hip hop, nigga, 20 years ago, nigga. What do you mean? That nigga was 20-something years ago. Y'all know why Jay-Z up on that stage. He on that stage to convince white people that he could still move the needle with niggas in America. And I ain't gonna lie, he called every number he could call. Bro, listen, that nigga called everybody up there. Everybody. Everybody, gang. He called niggas that ain't even, like, Rihanna should not have been on that stage, my nigga. But he just needed that star power to hype his shit up. That's what I'm saying. I believe Beyonce caught on. In my opinion, Beyonce caught on like night 3. There was some shit. It had a bunch of op-ass motherfuckers she don't fuck with in regards to him, and was acting anti. Shit, Rihanna didn't even want to hug. Like, you gotta think. Bitch better have my money? That's like a D level, bro. She got shine bright like a diamond. She got umbrella. She got big records. Eminem, bro, Lose Yourself was one of that dude's big. Is that his biggest record?
I think
Lose Yourself is one of his biggest records.
I think it might be his biggest record.
Man, that's the shit with the movie. Every nigga, but that's his dreams and nightmare. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you mean to tell Rihanna gonna get her ass up there and not do Shine Bright Like a Diamond? This is fucking Roc-A-Fella. You gonna go up there, bitch better have my money? Hey, listen, if you don't know the weird shit, if you can't see the weird shit that was going on, you just don't know the culture. Hey, my nigga, Foxy Brown been performing with dudes since 15. Now she get cold feet and everybody laughing about it. Oh, she was backstage. She just got cold feet. Nigga, what? You know, so we gonna see, man. I tell you this, man. I tell you this. That 38 spec shit, you know, it could be a sign in the bigger battle, but that Memphis Bleek shit is the story of the day. You know why? Because if Jay-Z don't properly admonish this nigga, he threw. He threw.
All right.
And you can't say, oh, he don't know. He was just with you. He was just your little man, right? So now you, man, listen. One thing I know about Jay-Z, he will throw any nigga under the bus. Even if he fuck with you, if you put him in that position. So I don't think Bleek could take another hand slapping at this point. That nigga down to 50, bro. He can't take another that's the big homie and all, like, bro. He can't take it, gang. G is balded and can't get no tickets to the concert, bro. So I'm gone, man. Peace, thought, crimes. I know in the comments y'all ready to get me out. Hey, everything I said and prophesied, nigga, is gonna come true. It's gonna come true. You know why? Cause nigga, what J. Cole say? They want to see blood. They want to see blood, nigga. I'm gone.
Hey,
Bye,
man,
DJ.
All right, man. Shouts out to DJ, man. Okay.
Y'all cooking DJ in the chat.
Hey, man. But hey, you know, like we said
Shine
earlier,
bright
man.
like a diamond.
Yeah, like I said, man, I told y'all, I said, no, that interview is going to hurt Jay-Z.
Outside of hip-hop.
Yeah, and people are not understanding. Look, you know, I like the Black Album. I like the Blueprint better, but, you know, I that's not the frame of reference here. Nigga, you can win fans back over if you're a favorite artist in any genre, damn near, especially rap.
Even if you disagree with everything DJ said, the one thing that we can all agree on is that Jay-Z already conquered hip-hop. There's nothing left for him to prove in hip-hop. He hasn't lost nothing in rap. He hasn't. Well, Memphis Bleek fuck up has nothing to do with rap. Memphis Bleek has been great in media tours when it came to rap and hip-hop. People are trying to trigger things outside of rap and hip-hop because they know that is where the true threat is for any of these people. So when you have Memphis Bleek talking about, you know, we selling drugs over here and all that, you basically trying to confront with some of the right wing and left wing have been saying about Jay-Z. And you don't want to get regular people coming at you. You just don't. You don't want a collective, people outside of hip hop coming after you, making videos on you. You just don't want that. And it'll be interesting to see what happens with Memphis Bleek in this situation, because I thought his media tour was good until he said, man, we don't fucking owe y'all nothing. You know, we
said on top of that,
we capitalists over here. We selling drugs.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said we selling drugs.
You know, he showed you how to get platinum chains, nigga. Fuck activism. Fuck activists.
So, yeah, I gotta understand that. So again, bro, we keep telling you. You heard what DJ said, y'all, man. Keep telling y'all keep trying to make this man out rap a situation that overall it don't got nothing to do with rap. What they tell Drake, you can't Tootsie slide your way out of this one. You can't rap your way out of this one. This has nothing to do with rap. Your rap supporters came to those 3 nights, and they all were fantastic. Everybody was on point. So that shows you just in the rap commercial space, Jay ain't lost no step.
Even the people who are ops to Jay-Z, like you said, in hip hop media and stuff, they love talking about Jay-Z. Jay-Z has not lost nothing in hip hop.
He's lost nothing.
People still love talking about him in media.
KJ says Bleek thought he was on Vlad.
Yo, yes.
That is actually hilarious.
That's a good one. He was talking like he was on Vlad TV.
Yeah. Tell them Ordinary Joe's button up.
Yeah, it's not about hip hop media. Everybody, we already explained the psychology to this. Everybody who diss Jay-Z in hip hop media are already fans of Jay-Z. Even the people who are getting at him. it's about outside of hip hop media. There's something that I saw last year. I'm not gonna get too far into it, where it was like a folksy song about eat the rich and anti-capitalism, and I saw Jay-Z and Beyonce naming that song. They were the only two black people in that song. I was like, ooh.
The only two, you know.
I was like, this is not a good sign.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing about it. That's what I said. Like, you know, yeah, I just don't get it, man. Because they do this thing where they just like they survey the field from a rapper standpoint, and it's like we said over and over and over, because Jay-Z, he went into another space, you know, with the Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick is not hip hop, and Colin Kaepernick is not rap music. So, and we said Colin Kaepernick's political extensions and the web of what he represents, being a fraternal guy, you know, his image, it's cleaner than Jay-Z's. You know, like, to keep saying fuck that guy versus your image and the moves you've made is not in the best standing, and you're not at your peak of popularity.
Even look at what Mace said when like Mace was talking about Jaylen Brown. He was like, "Oh, you saying that only Snoop Dogg and Jay-Z's image is acceptable, but a black man who never sell drugs, you know, y'all don't find him marketable." Y'all gotta, again, even though Mace is of course a part of hip hop, but now you're bleeding this conversation to sports, because they went over and they got their little sports thing going on too, right?
Right.
You're bleeding it, like, you don't want things to bleed out into arenas where you have a disadvantage. People got to keep it a buck. Obviously, Jay-Z got an advantage in hip-hop.
Yeah, you do.
He survived one of the greatest diss records of all time, and also we're going to get to the super chat with Ether. And he's still here. He been here since the days of Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah, Jay been around for a long time. People keep counting out 30 years.
He been here for 40 years. He's been rapping.
Check it J, check it A, check it Y, check it Z.
He's been rapping since, like, what, 16?
Them Daz Effect niggas.
So he's been a part of hip-hop since fucking forever.
All
He's
right.
been a part of hip-hop since forever. So hip-hop for him is like, you know...
Shouts out to OC, says, wow, dude crashed out. Bleek, I told you he was a crash dummy. Shouts out to OC again, says Bleek, too quick to defend Jay-Z. And EK says, I disagree, Prince. Cap real issue is his brothers who play in the NFL didn't stand with him. They could shut down the league whenever they want to.
Can I say something to that, Prince?
Well, okay.
Just for factual information. Remember, everybody who did stand for Cap or not did get fired. Jamil Hill, she told the NFL players to boycott and all this stuff. She got fired from ESPN. And there were players who stood up against Jay-Z, like on the Dolphins and stuff like that, and they got shut up. So they actually got shut down by the NFL mafia. And then also it came from the Trump administration, and who has a great relationship with the owners of the NFL. But go ahead, Prince.
Overall, this is a great point, Sandy. You are correct. Overall, EK, you can say what you want to say, you know, whether you like Kaepernick or not. He's not the one that's on the stove right now.
Because also to add some context.
People got to understand that is that it's actually Jay-Z's reputation or quote-unquote life on the line. Now, where I do agree with DJ on 100%, again, the industry is the industry. And if people could consolidate, because Jay-Z already said that when he sat down with GQ, when it was Buddha Hove at that time, he already talked about, you know, collaborations is what's needed in the industry. Of course, that would leave the gate open for him possibly collaborating with Drake, right? And we know that DJ Khaled was excited to have a record with the Drake verse out there, despite everybody saying that Drake was nobody and his career was over.
But Drake said no, though.
And Drake said no. And Drake also said
Jay-Z did try to allegedly reach out, and so did DJ Khaled did actually reach out, but
got shut down.
Drake said no,
So people are in the industry, whether y'all like it or not, and this is why we say what happens with the fans, the rap fans, you guys are a lot of times going to end up being 2 to 3 narratives behind of what's actually happening in real time. People have been trying to link up behind the scenes for reunion tours, unionizing tours, or people want to be over the idea of even said combatants walking out on stage together or dropping a surprise collaborative effort record while people are on it, because it would generate money and currency flow in the market space. So people got to understand that. So when you hear that, what he said about people are trying to line everything up, Drake don't want to work with nobody right now. I know people are like, I will fuck that nigga. He ain't hip hop. That's your opinion. But industry people behind the scenes that they're trying a lot of stuff, they would like to have a collaboration to happen. Drake has said no. He said he's not interested. Y'all tried to kill me again in 2024. Almost was successful.
Rick Ross tried it, but he couldn't nail it because he's like, yo, fuck Drake. Right. Nobody's scared of you, nigga. Real ones want to see you win. Remember, industry people are two-faced. DJ Khaled, I want to do music with Drake. Jay-Z, we just all need to collaborate again. So remember what they were trying to do. Let's not act like these niggas was trying to be super friends again for money. But going back to also the point with Colin Kaepernick, DJ, the reason why he was making us laugh because DJ never liked Kaepernick. No, he just never, so people could get the context. He likes Jay-Z more than Kaepernick, but
he is being realistic about what the optics are, and what Bleek said. Fuck activism. We're selling drugs. All right.
No one want to see you win.
And I saw that. I said, Bleek, player. This is not 1983, bro. Don't nobody care about folks standing on corners and pitching rocks. You get what I'm saying? And if you kind of want to be realistic, your new dope is activism, digital activism, okay? And it's something about you dope boys, you block boys, you respected it in real life when new drugs came into the market space. You do say, you know what, I might have to mess with this here, right? I got to kind of mix this in with some of my dirty pills and sell it. You see what's going on. You even see it right now. People are switching one movement out to discourage people from another movement.
Yeah, which was weird, It was weird how a lot of people was all of a sudden pro Drake, but because he said no, then they went back to their original thought. But I thought it was really bizarre even to see Rick Ross when he said, real ones want to see you win.
I'm going to ask you guys a question in the chat. How much circus and noise do you think would have generated if y'all heard a surprise Jay-Z Drake track just now? Let's say it dropped at midnight tonight. You guys be honest in the chat. You got to be honest.
It'd probably be just as big as if.
Hold on, Sam. Okay. We know what you think. I want the chat to be honest.
I was gonna say probably would be just as big as if they got a Jay-Z and Kendrick track. Or who else besides Drake and Kendrick? What do you think about Cole and Jay-Z? Would people flock to that too?
I think the biggest one that would cause the buzz would be Jay-Z and Drake right now. And I've liked all of the tracks that Kendrick and Jay-Z have done together, but there is no stories of bitterness. There's the same narrative is not there with Drake and Kendrick. I mean, Jay-Z and Kendrick. And people probably expect Kendrick to really out-rap Jay-Z on the track.
Kendrick out-rapped Jay-Z on most of, I think, of all of the tracks they did together.
They did like two? They did two or one?
They did two or one. Yeah, he out-rapped him on all of them.
Yeah, but the only other one that would surpass that would be a Kendrick and Drake song together. And I know that would cause a lot of people to go in shambles, but that is how it is.
Drake and Kendrick track together would
surpass Jay-Z and Drake.
Would be bigger than Jay-Z and Drake.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yes.
If Kendrick and Drake did a song together, that people definitely would run. Yeah. That would probably break the internet.
It would break the internet. And some people would close down their YouTube channels. What are they going to talk about now?
Yo, you know how many? Yeah. That's a great point for us. You know how many YouTube channels were closed down shop? That is Drake true. They would have nothing else to talk about no more.
Have a song drop at midnight. That would be it. And I would be period. Yeah,
I'm probably
anything.
gonna sin again.
Anything tied to Drake and Kendrick doing a track together, because every time them niggas was dropping tracks, a country was getting struck somewhere. I don't know what that was about. Russia got hit, then Iran got hit, Israel got hit. I said, hold on, niggas. Stop dropping songs against each other. All right? So I'm just saying, man, it's the real game. It's a real game. It ain't really no shade. It's the reality of the situation. This is what we talking about, the market space. That's what it is. For a lot of people, if Drake and Kendrick popped out with a track together, that would cause some ruckus in a different way.
Also, guys, we're not saying it's going to happen. We're just
No.
saying that if Kendrick and Drake did do a song, it would break the internet.
It would break the internet. It would be the biggest thing in entertainment.
And
Hands down.
all the people who feel like they're fighting the real fight.
Yes.
Like Prince said, a lot of these channels were shut down.
Yeah,
what do we got to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, don't let the track be fire too. On top of it, the beat knocking, the hook knocking, the bridge knocking, the bars knocking. Man, please get out of here. That thing will be over the field like Babe Ruth. All right? I remember when we was I think I was working. Where was I working? I don't know. I was just starting a job at somewhere. And I remember Jay-Z and Nas dropped the Black Republican joint. And I remember Fat Joe was crying about it. Man, come on, man. This ain't real hip-hop. Because, he wasn't messing with Jay-Z.
Also, to be fair, people before Drake and Kendrick got into it, people were talking about Jay-Z versus Drake for the longest time. Even when Summer 16, when he said...
Summer 16.
Yeah.
Summer 16.
I used to want to be on Roc-A-Fella until I turned into Hove.
Yeah.
So remember, Drake for a long time have been saying he the new Hove.
I'm not even from around here. How y'all let me run it down here?
And then
a lot of spice talk.
And then Kendrick came out and he said, "Shut your punk ass up. You not
Jay-Z."
Yeah.
Or Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kendrick came outside.
So this triangular situation has been around for a while
For
now.
a long time.
But nobody has been honest about the fakeness though. The industry, they were trying to slide back into Drake's DMs.
Yeah.
It's not even about glazing Drake. It's just true. You saw it in front of y'all eyes. Like
the niggas that did,
real ones want to see you win.
The niggas.
Like, what? Did it even make sense for Rick Ross to say that?
No, because the Iceman shit was outside.
He was trying. Rick Ross was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
And it just didn't go. It just didn't go through because the internet started. Rappers are very sensitive about the internet, so people started cooking him on the internet, and then Rick Ross got sensitive.
Look, all the niggas, and we're telling you this for a fact, y'all. We do know this for a fact. All the niggas that have tried to double back and reach out to Drake quietly, they have not said anything to you all publicly. So you guys assume that they're still standing on one side because the last time they had some commentary may have been during 2024 or early 2025. But there were a lot of niggas that you guys would assume that are riding for, I don't know, the kill the Snow Walker shit, right? They sent that nigga owl emojis. That's why he rapped about it. So, it's all just a game. And, Jay-Z was in the GQ article or the GQ interview with the editor-in-chief of GQ. Jay-Z was playing a little bit of fencing with Drake. He was being political. I
hate that for Drake. What? Y'all come on, y'all. Let's stop it.
And he said it wasn't needed.
Industry niggas are fake. And then they cry about fake people in their circles, but they fake.
Yeah, Jay-Z said, think about what he said, you all.
So
he said that.
So what is it again, Jay? Like you said that we passed battling.
I hate to be the guy that says it, but I don't even think the battle was worth it.
I was like, and at the time, what do we say? We said, well, what does that mean for Kendrick?
He tried to little bro the battle.
The whole battle.
I mean, why do I care about it? Who gives a fuck?
And there's people remember he said it was his Seinfeld episode. He said, and that's like people coming after Drake, so fake.
Yeah, if you really think
was so stupid.
If you guys think you think Thought Crimes is lying, you think DJ's lying, you think anybody that comes through with some sense, right, is lying. I want y'all to think about this. Go back and look at the interview with GQ. He said He thinks the battle wasn't worth it. For who? It gave Kendrick a great look. Drake and Kendrick are in the hip-hop history battle hall of fame. Who was the only person from the battle outside of quote-unquote the loser, outside of that, who wasn't it a good look for? Because at the end of the day, all Drake ass did was go back in the studio and correct some shit, and he came out with Iceman. Actually, as far as shrapnel that you just kind of can't shake from it, I could argue maybe it's Jay-Z.
They all be fake.
So,
you know what I'm saying? Like, to
and
say
if you can't net it, then you come back outside with the bulletproof vest.
They just all do fake shit. They all cry and be
Hustlenomics.
and be victims.
Hustle.
And I do agree with you, Mel. They all have done something wrong. That's why I don't know why they like
Industry
crying.
niggas is shady.
Yeah, you talk about, well, this nigga stole from me. Well, you stole from another nigga. Like, if that's why.
But I'm a more important nigga.
Industry people never look in the mirror. I know y'all have allegedly violated people. Y'all all have. Like, stop it. On some level, whether y'all violated somebody's pockets, boundaries, sometimes women, men, who knows? But a lot of this stuff is looking goofy because we saw Buddha J.
Yeah.
And Jay-Z spent his whole career saying, the second half of his career saying, I'm not just a drug dealer. I just came from that. But I turned into a entrepreneur and all this stuff.
I'm legit.
Only for Memphis Bleek to say, we selling drugs out here. Man, fuck all that activism shit. And we don't owe you shit, niggas.
That's what I say. You don't have to believe anything Mouse is saying. You don't even have to agree with the nigga. But in the moment, he understood what the conflict is, and he addressed it. And then Bleek dropped the ball, and I said, that really delegitimizes the efforts of Jay for the past 20 years. Because people got to understand his grown-up for real brand or rebrand, but it started post-Black Album, like literally right after the Black Album. The Black Album is the closing of the whole Roc-A-Fella chapter. It's really a coffin for Roc-A-Fella. And then you come back outside, re-emerge with Kingdom Come. Now you're Roc Nation. And then there you having podcasts and interviews with Warren Buffett. You, again, talking about, supporting Barack Obama and, Alfini and Black Lives Matter. And the bulk of Jay-Z's rebrand is activism. Like, the bulk of it is activism. So that's why, for Memphis Bleek to understand, like, they cooking you like Adrian Bronner, is because it was counterintuitive. And again, you guys gonna have to stop trying to eat the whole Kaepernick energy. It's just not gonna work.
I know that's what Jay-Z's people are trying to do. You just
keep
can't
trying to treat it like it's Nas.
The reason why you'll never be able to just squash Kaepernick is at the end of the day, Trump said get him off the field, and Trump, a sitting president, literally got somebody kicked out of the NFL. Period.
Now, unless y'all about to come out stage with Trump, for his third term. I'm just being real. Now, if y'all gonna do that, then I understand Memphis Bleek's talking point. I'm like, oh shit, so they was gonna endorse Trump for his third term.
No, because Jay-Z said there's an alt-right agenda. But every time you go after Kaepernick, though, that undermines that point.
But then that for the people that are directly in politics, they're going to feel like that's an alt-right agenda. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to put Diddy DeVille on the screen. I'll accept a few calls here, Cindy and I. If you guys want to talk about any of the myriad of subjects, funny built Ftterman. If you want to talk about the Democrats, they're, going through a brand struggle right now. White progressives crying and talking about we need to sit down with Fuentes and talk across the aisles. Do you want to talk about Memphis Bleek, out here saying, look, man, we pass activism, right? We selling drugs over here.
And also,
right?
Just to keep a disclaimer, as I always have to do, y'all can talk about whatever y'all want. We don't hold y'all hand or tell y'all what to do. If y'all for a rapper, fine. And if you're not, fine. Yeah. Do not care. Just say your honest opinion about what y'all think is going on.
Yeah, we had a few people that are like really pro Jay-Z in the chat. So, y'all can call in if y'all want to defend Jay-Z.
Yeah, if you have a different point from DJ, call in. Or if you agree with him, call in. Whatever your take is, just let us know. The number is 903-600-0530.
Yeah, so we'll see where it goes, but I do believe that does not help Jay-Z's efforts. Seeing how we said from the very beginning, DJ co-signed it. He agreed with the same thing. Look, bro, I told you all of his problems are not having to do with hip hop. Even academics stirs up the pot, but academics is not decapitating Jay-Z. He's not the energy that's really. He's making Jay-Z look further uncool to like Gen Zers, or younger Gen Zers, academics.
Streamer Academy.
Yeah, in the Streamer Academy, streamer culture. While Drake, was endorsing Streamer University, for the second or third year in a row. So, that's the only thing that's possibly happening. But Jay-Z ain't really trying to make music for Gen Zers like that either.
He don't care. Jay-Z
he don't care about that shit.
Trying to make music for streamers.
So that's kind of like, that's what I said overall. Even though academics didn't do the best against Charlamagne, it's still not the defining moment.
We'll give a clue before people call.
All right.
8 years ago, or a little bit before that, maybe 9 years ago, we said people are going to be coming after Jay-Z.
Yeah, we did say that. Yes.
As y'all can see, academics wasn't even active at that time.
No.
There are a lot of people who joined causes later.
Right.
Or
they may get hit and they pulled into it.
What Jay-Z will have to figure out is he have to time travel and figure out why then, years ago, even this also connects to Tony Bugsby, why a long time ago was there's already something buzzing about against me. And
again, it has nothing to do with a white psychic.
You see, she backpedaling.
All right.
2050.
The year 3000. Remember, listen to what we said one more time if you guys paid attention to us. We said that there are going to be people that are going to come for Jay-Z. Like Sin stated. Busby, he put out there
1-800.
All right. He put out the Psychic Cleo number.
Catch a nigga.
Right. I got the number on the poster. Right? And we said what? The first name that's going to get called in December is Jay-Z. Like Sin stated.
No one else said that.
No one said that.
We called it live time and said Jay-Z.
It's going to be Jay-Z. And people were talking about who? People were online. Hip-hop heads was talking about it was Jennifer Lopez.
They probably going to get her later. But
right?
It definitely wasn't J-Lo. He would not do no 1-800 for no damn J-Lo.
Hell no. No, he would just send ice. All right? Now, Jay-Z would have to go from that time period, like Sin stated, 8 years back. That's as far as we can go with it.
ICE is so stupid that they probably would think that they can deport a Puerto Rican, but you can't.
They would try that.
But they are slow. That's why you saw them say they put ICE on pause because they dumb as fuck.
Yeah, ICE has been messing up.
Just murdering people
shooting
left
people
and right.
At Jack in the Box. Manhandling grandmamas coming out of McDonald's. They just crazy. All right, we got a caller here. 248 caller. You're now live with the Think Tank. Pete Solo and Sin. We on the airwaves with you. What's up with you?
This message has been transcribed.
What?
All right. Maybe that was a Rock Nation person that wanted to talk to us. All right, guys. The numbers is on. I'll call back. I'm not gonna put your business on the screen too, by the way. But I'm calling back. If it says your real name, I'm hanging up. All right.
Hello?
Hey, caller, you're now live with Thought Crimes. The Think Tank can hear you. Good morning.
What's up?
Good morning, y'all. This is Alea from Detroit.
Detroit in the building. What's up?
So I was born in '97, so I'm on that line between Gen Z and Millennial. So my upbringing with hip hop, I came from a jazz background, so Jay-Z and like hip hop was allowed, but it had to be more on that, kind of conscious positivity kind of wave.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, okay, we can have like some Kanye, some Lupe, we can have Common, we can have Queen Latifah, De La Soul, like we can have all of that. My mom was fighting left and right with BET Uncut. She didn't like R. Kelly. She didn't like Jay-Z. She couldn't stand him. So it wasn't like something I grew up on. For me, 444 was like my personal introduction with like Jay-Z one-on-one.
That's a big moment because that's a huge shift in his career, and people don't talk about it. But I keep telling folks, 444 in his discography. In fact, for a lot of millennials and Gen Zers, that's one of their favorite hip hop albums at the time.
And I'm glad you called in because that's illustrating a very important point. Like Jay-Z been here for 40 years, and Memphis Bleek and the rest of them are forgetting that there are a lot of people who was introduced to him when he was on the woke political, I'm an activist type of thing. But go ahead.
Yeah, it was Memphis Bleek had me cracking up because that like his whole personality, it was like a caricature of everything my mom thought Jay-Z was back in the day. Like I could hear her being like, "This is why I didn't play that around you. This right here, this energy, this is what I was trying to get you away from." Now, like the songs where Jay-Z, where it was like, "This is amazing," this is no shade to him. Like going back and listening to his music, I see why he is, at the level he's at. But again, growing up, it had to be the radio hit. So it was like, oh, Linkin Park and Jay-Z. Or it'd be like, oh, Kanye West and Jay-Z. It would be like, it was always him kind of like what Drake does. Like, he's always next to the big thing. Or like, oh, Beyonce and Jay-Z. Of course, Jay-Z's there.
That's a good point because I'm glad that you called in, like Sin stated. This is what I said about you rappers that, if you happen to be listening, you guys don't know your brand, right? So you have to think about it. There is a huge sector of the audience where the bulk of Jay-Z's career for them, like she stated, is the Linkin Park blend, is 444, is the Beyonce records. Like for some people, like even look at what
Watch the Throne with him,
because even look at especially the Kanye era. Oh my good, Watch the Throne era. Yeah, for them that was that. Even Chris Martin said, because Chris Martin co-played Linkin Park, Kanye West, Beyonce, Rihanna. That whole wave is the considerable bulk of Jay-Z's career for this era. He said at the time, that he went to listen to Reasonable Doubt for the first time. And he was like, this is like a completely different Jay. I never knew this guy.
Now, it's important. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's just interesting to look at. Because with the 444, that came out, that had to be like, 2016, kind of around there.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a lot of, that was kind of the talk about the black buying power and, people were getting into group economics and, that black consciousness, it did feel like it was shifting. But when 444 came out, for me, I took it as this is very basic financial advice. Some of it is kind of out of touch to like, oh, I got this painting and it's worth this much and my daughter is going to be a billionaire and, credit is important. Did you think about that? It's like, okay, like, I'm glad we on this like positive kind of path, but it felt very elementary. It didn't feel like, it was just very popular at the time in general to be kind of speaking like that. And from there, it was, I don't know, he was already kind of on rocky terms with me because I had learned about what happened with the basketball stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I never got too much into the conspiracies with like Aaliyah and, Biggie and Tupac and all of that. But over time, you hear more and more about that. And then it gets confusing because it's like for black people, black dollar, a lot of black Americans are becoming more conscious and we're kind of getting away from that whole capitalism will free us kind of thing, like play their game harder. And it feels like he was still kind of trying to push that at the same time because even with him and Kanye, I feel like, what's his name? A$AP Rocky too. It was kind of this whole like Europe is like the way to show like we made it. Like I'm in Europe, we're in Paris, we're with all the models and all the rich white wealthy, all of this. So I always felt like he was playing both sides. Like I'm the hood from the gutter. I'm here for black liberation, but also I'm just as good as all the Europeans. I still want to be up there with them.
I get what
Yeah,
you're saying.
we
Yeah.
call it
Going in a lot of different directions right now.
Euro step hove.
Yeah, that's that Eurostep era, you know. And no, it was like you know, what was it? When Rick Ross said, what was it? It was him and Jay's version of niggas in Paris, and fuck with me, I got it. That's what it was. Fuck with me, I got it. And he comes in, just touched down in Rome, nigga. You know, and you know, it was the Tom Ford shit.
And
like,
also, he's like, the blue blood, they're looking down at me.
Now,
knock, I'm at your neighbor's house.
and you know what was crazy around that time? He was promoting, Jay-Z was promoting Tom Ford. Now, for me, I never really heard of Tom Ford like that. And I remember I went to, to look at some frames for glasses and everything. And I remember this white lady walked up to me, and I think it was somewhere in the museum district in Houston. Shouts out, it's a nice little area. But I just went into this one special place just to check out, some frames. And the lady walked up to me. She says, "Hey, how are you? Are you looking for Tom Ford?" I said, "That's racist." All right. That's racist,
Tom,
right?
Boom, boom, boom.
All right.
I know Hov is your leader.
Right.
He said Tom Ford, so that's what you're looking for?
Yeah, I said, that's racist. Back up. All right. So, I'm all right. But around that time, I did think there was a bit of a juxtaposition because, I think around that time, Nas was promoting Bevel, and these were he was promoting a lot of these kind of black tech. This is when Afro tech, I believe, was kind of taking place a little bit more. And so Nas was coming in through that back end as far as entrepreneurial or going into the space of moguldom. Because really it's moguldom. That's what it is, the moguldom culture between Jay and Nas. Is just one is a little bit more quiet. So Jay-Z, to your point, though, the Barclays Stadium, up until then, that was his NFL moment. And so people will routinely bring that up. I remember for the first time when I went to New York, and I actually talked to some people in that space because I got on the train and I decided to kind of explore New York. I'd never been. And I did talk to some people about it, and there was some people, they were really hot about it. They talked about they lost their grandmama's property and all this other stuff.
Prince, Graham's getting on you because he said you never heard of Tom Ford. And it's not a y'all. I've heard of Tom Ford a long time ago. But Prince, I mean, who cares if he don't know about Tom Ford?
I never heard of Tom Ford because the glasses are ugly. Number one, So when she came up to me about Tom Ford, the only time I heard about it because it was a commercial. There's a lot of black folks that they ain't walking around thinking about Tom Ford like that. So,
but because he said y'all, I do know of Tom Ford, but yes, Prince didn't know. But
no, I didn't care about the
It's
Tom
not
Ford.
like that's gonna mess up his life for not knowing Tom Ford.
No, because if it mattered to me, I would have been wearing them, but I didn't care, And I thought when I finally saw some Tom Ford in person, to me they were the what do they call? They glorified what they call brow frames, and it's kind of like some of the stuff that you saw with Malcolm X used to wear. Ray-Bans do a lot of that too, by the way.
And also, to be fair to Prince, they be trafficking in the fashion world anyway. So moving on.
Yeah, so but I did think though that's why I had called it Eurostep J at the time, because I said, man, this European brand stuff, and that's really where ASAP Rocky fell off of that branch as well. So to your point, caller, out of Detroit, even what you're saying about the basic financial literacy, you are right in that particular sense, but that also kind of shows you about the grand levels of financial uneducation or poor education, excuse me. And so, Jay-Z came along, and it was a rebrand because the Barclays stench was a real bad thing for Jay-Z. It wasn't as big as the NFL shit though. That was a whole nother level, right? But yeah, I get your point, and Jay-Z's been kind of moving like that for a while. But like I said, on his debut album, his first song is "You Can't Knock the Hustle." You have any concluding thoughts to any of that, or anything else you want to share with the chat?
My last thought, if anything, I'm impressed with Jay-Z. I need this because I need a scientific breakdown, like a psychology something, because he somehow knows how to piss off just enough people for it to be a problem, but not too many to where everything crumbles. So it's always he'll piss off just a specific kind of group, or just this group over here. And then he'll kind of have people just argue about it, amongst themselves. Some people are like, man, y'all put too much on him, you know, or no, he needs to be held accountable, da 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 da. He'll put people like against each other, and the whole time he over there sneaking into the next room doing whatever, and then it died down, and then everybody kind of cool again, and then he's like, all right, it's cool, and then he go piss off this group. Oh, FJZ, see, that's what we did. That's the legend. That's whole. What you mean? And then again, he just moved into the next room. I'm like, this sneaky ass nigga. I'm like, gotta piss off everybody eventually. I'm like, damn.
Oh man, that's actually hilarious from Detroit. We appreciate you so much. You take care.
Thank you. Y'all too. Peace.
That's why I don't get into arguments with people over celebrities. You're not gonna have me arguing over no fucking celebrity like a cluckhead. I agree with her with that because they go right into the next room, make their deal, got 'em, and then everybody else fighting with each other.
Yeah, but no, shouts out to Keith. Yeah, my bad play. I wasn't up on Tom Ford like that. I said, I heard the record. I thought it wasn't a good record. I still think it's one of Jay-Z's worst records, in my personal opinion. All right, we got 9-4 in the building, 954 in the building. You can go ahead and speak. Think Tank can hear you. Peace, Solo, and Sin on deck here with you. What's up?
Hey, what's good, y'all? This is KJ Fab. I'm talking from work, so I got to keep this quick.
Go ahead, KJ. What's up?
Quick question for y'all, right? Do y'all believe, because after the Ftterman talk I had, do y'all believe that the progressives will eventually migrate over to the Republican Party? Because over the years, you've been watching like TYT and other progressive heads start taking on more right-wing placements, and I'm kind of wondering if they're going to be like the early migration for the Democratic Party over to the Republicans before it just becomes a one-party system. I want to hear your thoughts on it.
You know what? It's a good question. What I will say is that you are going to see you're going to be seeing. First of all, they're going to be looking to oust black leadership or black representatives out of the progressive movement, which was pretty much was started by black folks, but out of the progressive movement, they are doing it online. All you got to see is where they're going. Just look what they keep doing with Tim Black online.
Rebrands.
Rebrands.
A long time ago when they kicked the black people out of the Republican Party.
Yeah, because they started with Michael Steele. Remember, Michael Steele was the chairman of the Republican Party. Then when it was time for him to switch out of that role and he wanted to still stay as a prominent voice of the Republican Party, again, I didn't agree with a lot of stuff that he said, but when they ousted him, he did say that the party was he said then under Obama, the Republican Party had moved further right. Even
during Nixon time, even, back then, remember during Reconstruction and all that, black people, a lot of them was for Republicans, and eventually they did the Southern strategy and they depowered a lot of black people within the party, like what the Democrats are trying to do with black people in their voting power right now. As for your question, KJ, it's going to happen like what we said years ago with the alt-right and the alt-left. Like, some people were confused back then when they watched our hip-hop video. They was like, I get what y'all saying about the alt-right, but what the fuck y'all mean about the alt-left? We were saying that there was going to be Nazis on both sides. That's the whole point of the alt-left and the alt-right. Like, they were going to come together, and a lot of the sources that people trust, they are funded by
both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing about this, KJ, and this is a great question, is because it is important, right? And you're going to see this because, again, we tell you guys, look at Anna. TYT is the blueprint. TYT wanted to sit down and say, what did Jink tell Charlie Kirk? Well, we kind of disagree on a few things, but we mostly agree on every other thing, right?
And he used to be a Republican.
Right, and so you also saw Hassan Piker talk about radical blacks, and you're seeing even early on with Stacey Abrams what she told the 85 South boys.
They don't want black issues to be talked about.
They don't want them to be talked about, and you're seeing this, again, anti-woke conversation still happening. Emma Veglin, I remember one time I was watching an episode of The Majority Report, and her and Sam Cedar was talking about something, and she slipped and said all of this woke shit, and then she caught herself.
They all have handlers.
They all got the same thing.
And they're very egotistical and don't comprehend it. Like, think about it, even the war between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. What are they both still for at the end of the day? Israel. Hillary represents the corporate Democrats that are for Israel, and Bernie is still for Israel, even though he claims to be against what they're doing in Gaza. But when people asked him tough questions on Israel, he said he still wants the state to remain, and that's not up for negotiations.
You heard what he told you all about black people, and in a conversation of either reparations or compensation somewhere, he's vehemently against it. And so, KJ, yeah. It's already happened, and it's going to be easier to hurl particularly the white millennial progressives, because they have less financial assets. They have less assets than even Gen Xer corporate Democrats. So it's kind of easy to throw, Peter Thiel money at them. It's easy to throw foreign interest money at them, dark money at them, and they'll make the switch and
because
pivot.
Remember, the Clintons were the ones who had the purse strings for the Democratic Party at first. So the Clintons, that's why they smashed Bernie Sanders when he was crying because they took his cookies when he lost the primary. But the Clintons were funding the Democratic Party. Now they're looking for other financiers, because and Bernie included. They're looking for other financiers that are not directly from the Clinton machine, but even the source, the dark money that's coming from their end, is still bad as well.
Yeah, so that's why, KJ, you're seeing this largely because a lot of millennial white progressives, and I'm not talking about, let me give you an example. I can't think of the guy's name from the Humanist Report and people from the Coup. They typically along the lines of a lot more consistent. Again, in politics, you're not going to agree with everything, but when you're looking on the other side of that, because there's an infight within the progressive movement, particularly white progressive, black folks are still calling them all out like they have normally been doing since some of our parents were running around in diapers, right? And so what you're seeing, though, is that you're seeing the grifters, because there are people that still want to make a career in political pundency, but CNN ain't hiring like they used to. Fox News ain't even hiring like they used to. But on the left, they're having to go online, and they're still having these studios, but they need funding to compensate them for their life. So that's it, KJ. If those can answer any of your questions, KJ.
No, they do. I just want to. Just a simple thing. But, I'm gonna let y'all go.
All right,
shout out to the think tank.
All right, KJ, you take care. Yeah, for you guys to understand, yes, that's going to be a conversation. You're going to see it be even more pronouncing in around October, November, because they already
versus corporate Dems.
There you go. And you see them already talking about white leadership. Okay, so let me get to 646 real quick. Let me get back at you. Hey, 646, returning your phone call here. P Solo and Sin Think Tank here. What's up?
Hey, what up, folks? This is G.
Oh, G-Ville, what's good with you, man?
Here, at work. Doing nothing. Usual.
Look at all of these beautiful black folks calling us from their jobs. So what did you want to chop it up about, man? I know you, at the very least, you probably saw that clip, or maybe, I know with you, it's probably going to blend into both, right? But I know you saw the clip with
Memphis Bleek. Did you see it?
Bleek said, we selling drugs over here.
He said, fuck activism, and he said, we do selling drugs out here. He said, we taught the community how to get money and buy platinum chains. I'm like, what? I said, why Memphis is talking like he 18 years old?
Easy. Confession of a dope boy.
Confessions of a dope boy.
That's all it is. Yeah, confession of a dope boy. These guys, look, I respect Jay-Z as a rapper. That's it. All this other business and everything else. See, what you guys are seeing, that the mask is finally coming off. I heard what DJ was saying. He's not all that off, though. He's not all that off. This is how they always felt. Anytime Jay-Z gets in a little kerfuffle, you notice that he always sends Memphis Bleek out to be his PR person. Rightfully so, that's his little brother, you see what I'm saying? But I think what's going on now, people are hungry and everything else, and that bread and bread and circus shit ain't working for folks anymore.
I want you to speak to that, GVO, because that's something, because we deal in the space of media, and it's something that Sid and I definitely notice, especially when you talk about 2024 and like people are, people dissect battles all the time. People dissected Tupac and Biggie for 30 years, and they dissect Nas and Jay-Z for like 20 years. But there is something a little bit different with the Kendrick and Drake thing, is just where there's a stoppage at. So there is something about entertainment and bread and circus, and it's almost like there's a drought. You get what I'm saying? So speak to that a little bit more. Go ahead, Cindy.
No, I was going to say I agree with it, and a good question, because that's what seemed the trap that Memphis fell for. It's like, it's almost like because he was having a good hip-hop run that he forgot that this is going to bleed even outside of hip-hop. But go ahead, Jivo.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, like, you have to understand, even when you talk about with the conservatives and the progressives, they don't want anything to change. They're trying to do the status quo, no different than rappers. Remember, for decades, they were telling us we're broke and everything else. Remember, 2020 changed everything. That literally is the flashpoint of all this. And, now where this... Go ahead, Prince, you was about to say something.
No, continue. You got it. You got the floor.
Yeah, so this is the flashpoint of all this, because people were telling you, like, hey, millennials, like, hey, I don't have any money. I'm broke. I'm starving. I'm living worse than my parents. Everything is going up. And all that shit that you saw last weekend, my friend and I, we was like, oh, yeah, that shit was a Summer Jam. Was just a Summer Jam concert for the last 3 days. Jay-Z was the headliner, but he's like, yo, I still got it. Nobody's refuting, like you guys said, about rap. He doesn't understand. Your nigga rapping ass, you're not going to go into any other big industries. You're not built from that cloth. You're not going to be able to pivot like a Tom Brady, a Caitlin Clark, and anything else. Your skin is your sin. And they thought their price of admission, because I have money or I'm a so-called billionaire, I could pivot. Nah, nigga, you ain't going to be able to pivot. LeBron's going to find out the hard way when he tries to go for ownership as well, too. Thank you for your services. You no longer need it.
You saw them also, the NBA try to interfere between the relationship of Ice Cube and LeBron, because at first LeBron was supporting the big three. Then certain things took place. It seemed like Ice Cube had a little bit of subliminal words towards LeBron. And then Ice Cube was also very angry with the fact that the NBA started stealing and lifting from a lot of the dope ideas that the big three were implementing. So to your point, it is an interesting thing, because these people want us to admire them pertaining to business, but like, how can we admire people where y'all still got restrictions? Like, even sometimes when y'all want to work with someone and y'all want to expand, especially if they're black, we saw what happened over there, even with Cube and the big three.
Yeah, I think what you're saying is true, and to both of you all's point, anytime you become when you become competition, then you find out where the restriction is. Like, Oprah Winfrey looked. I was just about to say, Oprah Winfrey looked invincible on primetime TV, daytime television, especially making all that money for the King's brother. And Oprah Winfrey, still to this day, has been the most pioneering daytime talk show television. She changed television, actually, but when it was time for her to compete as a network, you saw the own network usually ran into random issues, even right down to something as simple as programming. And that's critical.
Because they be sabotaging them.
Yeah, programming and advertising. And Oprah kind of alluded to some of the difficulties she was running into behind the scenes. So,
Hello? G, can you hear us?
G, you can hear us, right?
Yeah. I just want to make sure because you got faded, then I heard you got good.
Yeah, what I was saying, just to repeat it, is like,
Oprah.
Oprah was running into issues with her own network, OWN, right? The Oprah Winfrey Network. People say, "Oh shit, that's what it stands for." I was like, it wasn't that deep. It was Oprah Winfrey Network. But anyway, she ran into problems with scheduling,
and she kept having
programming and
more of it all.
Yeah, in advertising, like in no real major properties was really being pushed in her direction. So You're not wrong. Like Sin brings up with the big three and LeBron and all this other stuff.
And when that happens, when they go on their own and try to do something, and the other groups be like, "No, you competition now. We ain't helping you. In fact, we want you to lose so we can buy your shit up." We saw that even happen when sometimes these black celebrities, because of that, they become mercenaries against their own. So OWN didn't work out. So then what did Oprah do? Well, I'm gonna do this whole HBO thing with Michael Jackson. You know, it's crazy.
Well, that's why she got into bed with Tyler Perry. Because remember, when she was struggling, that's when Grief or Greenland, whatever that series was talking about, that's how Tyler Perry was able to have so many shows on the OWN network.
That's true.
Able to flip it over to BET.
That's true, because they're programming.
Yeah, what it is, a lot of black folks, they have to come to the conclusion that they're our grandparents and our great grandparents. Yeah, as long as you're a customer, as long as you're middle management, it's fine. The day that you become competition, I gotta exterminate you at all costs. I'm gonna fuck with your distribution. I'm gonna think, because these people don't want to compete with you guys. You guys are the special sauce. That's really what it boils down to. And I think we're living in a flashpoint now, whether you're talking about Colin Kaepernick, you're talking about black celebrities, you're talking about like all these other guys. Say what you want on with Colin Kaepernick. He stood on principle. He's actually, what's those brothers who put their fist up in 1961 in protest?
Oh, yeah, at the Olympics.
Yes. He's actually from that legacy. And what you saw, they had to neuter him. That's why you saw, the Stephen A. Smith that comes out and all these other people and the Marcellus Wiley. Because at the end of the day, guys, a lot of these guys don't have any real talent. Once Stephen A., and I'm just using him as an example, once his contract is over on ESPN, cats ain't going to fuck with him like that. That's all it is. This has happened. You're seeing a manifestation or the ends of bad culture.
So continue on. You said the bad culture, correct?
Yeah. Remember, I'm gonna get that bag. I don't care anything. Remember,
yeah. There are no more bags.
Yeah, there's no more bags. The bags are done. So now they're scraping and everything else, and then the average folks who had to get it out the mud and everything else, that's why they ran to YouTube.
And they've been causing drama ever since. I'm sorry. I mean, it's no shade to you industry people, but y'all made the drama 100 times more worse since y'all been over here. People fighting to get y'all attention now. People arguing with each other, pulling each other hair out to say who loves a rapper more than the other. I'm like, it's crazy.
I'm going to keep it being. I still listen to original content creators. People like Up in Smoke, Shannon. Yeah, the production's nice. They can't really tell the truth. We can't tell the truth that most of you guys are fucking illiterate. Most of you guys are stuck in second childhood. A lot of you guys aren't alpha males because you don't know how to talk to women. We don't want to have that real deep conversation because they wouldn't know how to handle it. That whole thing with Cheyenne, Brian, and all this stuff. Dude, we saw with the grift the way they act because my sister's like a psychologist. With her doctor.
Yeah,
they don't act like that at all.
Yeah, the Cheyenne Bright, I know some guys wanted me to talk about it, but I don't know. It's a big-headed, onion-headed woman. I think a lot of times it's clout, it's trolling.
Like you felt she was an obvious scammer.
Yeah, I felt like it was clearly fake. Like,
I mean, the thing about it, people don't understand where certain industry code of ethics is big. Like, think about. Would you act a fool for what? Maybe 5 minutes of fame if you could lose your license that you've been doing for almost 15 years?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so it's one of those things where a lot of black sisters who's in that field who have doctorates were saying that they were going off of her. And I was like, no, they have every right to be mad at her. Every right. But what it is, there's no more bags. That bag culture. And instead of them forming up like Voltron, because I remember what Tyler Perry said a long time ago when he built the studio in your neck of the woods, Prince. He said, I went to every prominent black person to build that studio. He said, everyone told me no.
Yeah.
He was on 20 in the morning. He said this.
Yeah.
He said, everyone. He said, go ahead, Sincere.
No, I mean, no, you're right. White and some other, trying to forget and another Emmett. Back in the day, they got the first dibs on being able to cut out pieces of the internet because they got the first dibs from the U.S. government. And they were the ones that, created, .org, .com, and all this other stuff. They went to Jet Magazine and every black company you can think of, and they all said no to them. And eventually, they ended up selling it. And then, white company picked it up, and they're making billions of dollars off of it. But what you're saying, Granville, happens all the time. And it's quite disgusting, actually, how stupid so many people are in that industry where they turn their nose at any innovative thing a black person does and then cry about it when they sell the product to some white company that have the money.
Yeah, I mean, but that's, you'd be surprised. It's like, because what it is, they get caught up with being the exceptional one and everything else. It reminds me of the conversation I had with Love Wisdom and her mom. And we were talking about integration. And I was like, yeah, black people, wanted to integrate, and she had to stop me. And she's like, no, sweetie, that was not true. We did not want to mingle with these white folks because we knew what was going to happen. Then what the government did, instead of the taxes that you're paying for your homes and everything else going back to your black neighborhoods, they thought it was much cheaper just to integrate. That's all it is. So a lot of times the history we know is not true history. And I've heard that from quite a few older black people who lived through that time.
No, you're not wrong.
Now,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to add. I was just going to add on to that because my peoples they had us later in life, so they were like, miracle baby type stuff. But they did live through the integration. So for me, I always grew up with firsthand access to someone every day that talked about. No, they didn't want to integrate. I know, people that had me, they did not want to integrate with white folks. And in fact, they had to leave their black communities, black friends at their black schools and be around races. And nobody talks about like how some of the racist white teachers were sexually predatory towards the young girls. I had a family member. She threw the desk at a white teacher because he was inappropriate and racist too. So you got to think about the impact on self-esteem, because also some of my other families, aunties and uncles, they talked about, how they were learning in their black schools. They were actually doing very well. But, if you damage a child's self-esteem, it interrupts their ability to learn too. So what happens is that now they're flunking in these white environments where first of all, what's happening is that their self-esteem is being talked about, their skin complexion, they're getting mistreated. So, I personally, my experience, anybody from the boomer era that lived through Jim Crow, G-ville, I've never heard one of them say that they wanted the integration thing to happen.
Well, and to add to what both of you guys are saying, also because of that, the booms that took place later in the United States pertaining to black men and women, they all went into white hands, because IBM had a lot of black geniuses in the 20th century.
True.
That really did great in technology, that built up, that company. And most of these innovative things that took place in the black community, they never came back to the black community. They went into other people's communities.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the whole crux of it. They want ingenuity, but they don't want to pay for it. These people, and I don't care how south, they come from criminals. These are all Europe's rejects. And when you say it like that, hey man, that's not. I was like, no, but that's the history. That's the absolute history. And the funny thing about it is, they try to make it seem like black folks are inherently evil and everything. I was like, no, that's not true. And when you talk to people from that, that generation, about, hey, how was it and everything else. That's why it kills me when David Banner and all these guys romanticize about like Jim Crow and everything else. And I remember Chris Rock told a story. He said it was so bad during the Jim Crow era because a lot of people forget when the stock market crashed, I believe when 1920s. He said white men, you would go into black people's house while they're eating and take the food off of their table and just walk out.
Yeah, I think people don't understand that. Like, just how. No, look. Even when people bring up Roosevelt, I want you to continue on, because even when people bring up Black Wall Street, people got to understand there were those white men that were deputized. Remember, it was like 500 plus white men that were deputized overnight, and what they really also went in and looted a lot of gold out of Black Wall Street. They looted a lot of wealth, and to some degree, some poor white families became rich overnight. So, yes, you're absolutely right. Go ahead, continue on.
Well, I mean, even so, because when this is like the 444 era with Jay-Z. That was like, what, 2016, 2017?
Yeah. Somewhere up in there.
Yeah, so when they was talking, he had this panel with all these people, and Chris Rock told the story. He's like, my mother couldn't go to the dentist. She had to go to the veterinarian through the back door to get her teeth done. These people have always been monsters. That's why they want to constantly whitewash history and everything else. And what happens is, with no more bad culture, because black people are not buying into it anymore. That's why Jay-Z and all these guys are frustrated, because black people are like, nah, we're cool with you. We'll support the product if we like it. Hey, man, that's a great jump shot or dunk or whatever. But, yeah, we're not fucking with you like that. And that's how they make their bread. They run to advertisers and say, hey, this is how many people follow me, or this what I could pull. And now that's fleeting, because it happens with every generation. That is just a cosmic shift, because politics and everything and what's going on outside has been very overwhelming with people. And for a lot of these quote-unquote progressives, there is no such thing as a white progressive. Full stop. There is no such thing as a white progressive. Because anytime black people or other people of color talk about full autonomy, that's when they have a problem with it, if you ever notice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You have to renounce being white but to be a actual white progressive, because all the few ones that I've seen, they ended up dead, like William Cooper. I haven't seen most of them be just flipping money and just having progressive talking points to put money into their bank account.
Most progressives, white progressives, from my understanding, I think it is a title for a career in entertainment.
Yeah, it's an entertainment title.
That's all it is.
It's a new flip. I'm gonna go off this mat, and when I get enough traction, I'm gonna make a big deal about something that's non-thing, like an Arab experience, and then I'm gonna go over to the other side to complain. They do this over and over and time again. And when black people are like, yeah, we're cool with you guys' politics. Well, we gotta have a conversation. What the fuck am I having a conversation with a monster for?
And nothing's changed. Actually, you don't even have to go that far back. You can literally just go pull up. You can go pull up episodes of Politically Incorrect. It's the same talking point.
Now, to your point, it is crazy how black people at first allowed themselves to keep getting duped by the white progressive friend. Because if you look at, and you know this too, G, if you look at their original content and always be like, yeah, black people are with them. Then when they get all their money, so why do black people feel entitled? They all do the same trick. It's like, stop supporting them.
I'll give you. You don't even have to go as far as politically incorrect. Go back to when Charlie Kirk died, and it was like, oh, we should pray for him and everything else. I'm sorry, I'm by a homeless shelter, so this guy's having an episode if you hear that in the background.
No, it's okay.
So,
Continue.
So remember when he died, he was a vile racist. Oh, you know, mind you, he's a podcaster. He wasn't this political pundit that they tried to do.
Right.
Well, you know, you should pray for him, his family, and everything else. I'm like, as soon as he died, he was talking about black on black crime and violence, and that's when he got popped in the neck. Sound like me, the Lord did his work. Yeah, by the white man. And then they had to shut down 3 HBCUs and everything else.
Now think about that. Think about that, G.
That was gang violence.
Yeah, think about that. Now hold on. Let me just say this real quick. So you a Crip, some Bloods take out one of y'all chiefs, right? So then you decide. So now think about how silly it is. So you a Crip, some Bloods take out one of your top dogs. Now all the Catholic churches in the area got to lock the doors. Does that make sense? That's how they did it. That clearly was. You saw what went on with Charlie. The
the white progressives are pro Charlie Kirk is the whole point too. Because if you saw in Congress, there was no disagreement
on Charlie Kirk Day.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely, same stuff.
Yeah. No, that's why I said you don't even have to go that far. It's like at the end of the day, it's all performative. These are a bunch of bullshit artists. Because when you talk about real policy and everything else, because if you don't believe me, when you see like real black political pundits on these shows, they get washed.
Yeah, they do because they've been.
They get washed.
Look, this is millennials and social media. This has been the golden age of political pundency. Like it's a second golden age of it, you know. And for me, honestly, I try not to get too deep with a lot of stuff. There's things Sin and I would talk about, but when we're talking about politics, the Majority Report, you can go through all the lists. It's all entertainment. Kyle was mad because Joe Rogan didn't want to have him back on the show because Joe Rogan had a new business model and it didn't include Kyle and Crystal. You get what I'm saying? So it's all about
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, go ahead.
But here's the thing about Joe Rogan. If you're old enough, you remember he used to be on Fear Factor making people eat bugs.
Yes.
He's a fucking meathead. How did he become this pseudo intellectual that everybody's like, hey, you know, he's the point guy to go to? I'm like, he's a dummy. Full stop.
Well, you know, they put the dollars. They put the dollars.
Like most of those guys in UFC or the manosphere, they're either bisexual or they're gay.
Had a lot of people in the Epstein files who he platformed, and in the Epstein files, it showed that Jeffrey himself was interested in meeting up with Joe. They never got to meet up, but I find it mighty interesting that Joe Rogan has platformed a lot of people who were in those files.
Now, Joe Rogan, though, on the other side of the game, too, just to be real, he has helped kill comedy.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Yeah, no, he did.
Absolutely.
He did, because
Cat Williams told the truth on that, but then he flipped.
Yeah, he flipped.
And then he went on the show still.
Because Cat had a very powerful voice he had more cultural influence than Joe Rogan. So when he said that, and Joe Rogan was already taking L's because the white progressives was whining because they couldn't get back on his show no more. So they was like, Joe Rogan's a racist. And again, that was actually messing.
But y'all look at that as much. So he could go on the Joe Rogan show though.
Say that again, Sam. Say that again.
He said, "Fuck Joe Rogan." Then he still went on the show.
Yeah. So
but you have to understand. Like, remember entertainment. Never trust niggas in entertainment. If you don't believe me, look at rule number 2, and go back to rule. It's gonna tell you to go back to rule number 1. That's it. Stephanie Mills said something that was so dope, and I think it went over a lot of people's heads. She's like, "Oh no, white people love R&B. They just don't want to sing by black people." She said, "If you don't believe me, look at Adele. Look at Justin Timberlake. Look at Sam Smith. All of them sing R&B. They just don't want it from people who look like us."
Yeah, that's always been the case.
That's the whole thing. Like they'll love Cat Williams and everything else. They just can't get his essence or his cadence or the way, you know, his intellect.
I mean, it's in politics.
Joe Rogan, Austin space, dude, that's lowbrow comedy.
Oh man, come on now, G. I mean, if you are a comedian or comedic historian, comedy historian, know LeBron James, y'all gotta understand, man. Like for Sin and I, even growing up, like even when Joe Rogan had hair and he was just kind of hanging
I
around,
always skipped him.
nobody looked. In fact, Rob Schneider, what's his name? That's Rob Schneider, right? Rob Schneider had a better career, and he wasn't funny himself. He had a bigger and better career than Joe Rogan. You know,
barely, but you know you're right because he had like 1 or 2 films because he was riding Adams.
And Rogan had no films. Rogan had no films. Rogan was on News Talk Radio with Andy Dick. Like, if we really going into our bag about it, that's why some people from that era, even some of his comedian contemporaries, one of the guys that was more popular than Joe Rogan back in the day, he told him, he said, man, I can't believe you fucking made it.
Yeah, because most of his most of Joe's contemporaries died and they were on drugs and shit like that. So he was a few that made it.
Well, the thing about it with news radio, you know, when Phil Hartman died, that shifted everything from that show.
News radio, I said News Talk Radio, but go ahead, News Radio, go ahead.
News, and you know, it's one of those things like they came out. He was in the era of SNL, not Joe Rogan, but Schneider, towards like the late '90s and everything else. And let's be realistic, a lot of people wasn't watching Saturday Night Live like that because it was very milquetoast and very boring.
Saturday Night Live was for the younger boomers. Mad TV was for the older and mid Gen Xers. You know, and Mad TV, because they directly communicated and mocked or even had hip hop tied to it, it got more attention.
Well, it also was more diverse.
More black people.
Saturday Night Live was just mostly white, but you know, with Mad TV, they had a lot of black people on there.
Yeah, Debbie Wilson, Ari Spears. You can go down the list.
The funny thing about it is I remember somebody pointed out where until recently, they didn't have a lot of black female comedians outside that live. And I thought about it. I was like, it took them almost 50 years to start putting like black women on.
Yeah, that's because it's Lorne Michaels. You know, that's how he operates. And, you know, Lorne Michaels for a long time was obsessed with looking for an Eddie Murphy clone, you know. And
No, I have to push back. That's not true. It was the total opposite. It was the total opposite. After Eddie Murphy blew up, he said that would never happen again.
Well, that part, I'll say this. When they had Chris Rock on there, this is what I mean by that. Eddie Murphy's very important in comedy because a lot of white execs felt like, oh, okay, this is what we can do to sell a black man or a black star. So that's what I mean by that. What it is, Eddie Murphy left a bad taste in a lot of white executives' mouths because he was one of the first guys, because he's diametrically opposed to Richard Pryor, how they did the contracts with Richard Pryor. You know, Richard Pryor to me is a stronger comedic, a stand-up comic on stage, but Richard Pryor was getting violated in contracts left and right, and Eddie Murphy saw that. He liked everything about Richard Pryor. He didn't want to do that, though. He didn't want to do toy-type films. He didn't want to play like a puppet. That's why in every movie, he's the nigga. He's the guy, you know, and that's why he ended up doing Richard Pryor, as funny as he was, Richard Pryor never would have done a film like Boomerang. Do you get what I'm saying? And and Boomerang, actually, there was hit pieces that came out because they said the film was racist. They said there are no white people. The only white people that are in there are the ones that carry Grace Jones on their back.
I mean, the thing about a lot of people don't know about Boomerang, that was like the real first black rom-com. And they didn't want him to make it and everything else. And what it is with Eddie, they didn't think he could be a leading man that had sex appeal. And how they was totally wrong, because remember, he did Coming to America like 4 years prior.
Yeah, he did. It broke box office records.
That's why he got that massive contract. I think from Paramount or Warner Brothers. He got such a large contract because it's one of those things with the '80s when it comes to entertainment, it was pivotal. You had Eddie Murphy, you had Michael Jackson, you had Whitney Houston, you had Magic Johnson, And I'll throw Michael Jordan there because of what he did before the sneaker game, because they never seen anything like that since. And what it is at the end of the day, I'll talk to you when I get upstairs. Yes. So it's one of those things where this is 40 years of evolution and everything else, and instead of doing something different, they're trying to recycle the same IPs. Like, I'm not knocking Kevin Hart, but you can see he's trying to dip into the Eddie Murphy magic a lot of black comedians have without doing their own path. You see what I'm saying? Every black comedian has a little remnant of Eddie Murphy in them.
I hate that they don't like turn it into their own thing, because Eddie Murphy, like I said, is Eddie Murphy. And one thing I do hate though is that, like, once they spend too much time in Hollywood, they eventually start following the Hollywood program. But at least at first, at the beginning of Eddie Murphy's career, I did where I drew to him at. I liked the fact that he betted on himself, and I liked the fact when he was talking to Johnny Carson and the rest of them, like, bitch, I'm either just as good as you or better. Because before then, sometimes some of the black comedians would try to play that whole mammy shit, or like try to make themselves look little, or smaller in front of, somebody who was white, who had power, who was popular. And when Eddie came in, he was like, I don't care who I'm in front of, I'm gonna steal the show. And like what y'all talked about with Boomerang, that was a big deal because it was an all black cast, it was a rom-com and all that, especially during the time when most of the time you would see that with, like, white actors and actresses, I don't know, Meg Ryan and, shit like that.
No, also just to say this, G-Ville, just to put this out here, and I want to be clear because people are bringing up Harlem Nights. Folks, Harlem Nights was directed by Eddie Murphy. I know sometimes, like, we kind of do the debating thing, or we sometimes I keep telling y'all, rap music, the way it's structured now, it's an automatic, like, well, no, this person did it first. You're going to bring up Harlem Nights, that was directed by Eddie Murphy. You're going to bring up Boomerang, that was directed by Reginald Hudlin, a black director.
Yeah.
So Eddie Murphy was
what people don't remember.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy was already moving in a way that for the white execs, for them, they were making money, but they were gritting their teeth in the process. That's why Eddie Murphy, when it comes to quote unquote black Hollywood, he is a very important figure, because he is kind of what you get with Nipsey Russell, where that's the end of the blackface shit. Nipsey Russell says, look, we love y'all that came before us, but we're tired of the blackface shit. We're going to tell our jokes in suits. We're going to have clean sets. And just to put that out there, because people, they're talking about Harlem Nights, it's still Eddie Murphy. No matter what you say, it's Eddie Murphy, Eddie Murphy, Eddie Murphy. And you don't get Martin, you don't get Fresh Prince of Bel-Air without Eddie Murphy.
Well, Eddie Murphy is pretty much a love child of Cosby, Fox, and Pryor. When you get to sit at the feet and learn from these guys about having control, structure, and things and everything else, because people don't remember his early years, they gave him all kinds of shit.
Yes.
When he came up, they gave him all kinds of shit, and he was the first comedic actor to star in an action film. Beverly Hills Cop was never meant for him. It was meant for Sylvester Stallone. That's why they call him Axel Foley.
Yeah,
and that's why the soundtrack sounded so white. It was never meant for him. Even the director didn't believe it would have been a hit, so he went under a pseudonym name.
Think about that, and to the point, we bring up the 70s, but nobody talks about, like, the 80s. Black people defined what a superstar was in all areas, sports, entertainment, even to some degree when politics, because that's when Jesse was having his run to become the first black president of the United States of America.
And Bernie lifted his whole thing from Jesse.
He did, yes, that is true. That is true, so that's why it's important, for people to like to do some research in history beyond what trended in 2020, but no, like, people will be having confusion about like you said about Richard Pryor, even though Richard Pryor, Eddie, and Bill Cosby, they had their rivalries at time, but they did tell him behind the scenes. Richard Pryor was very honest where he made mistakes at in his career, and he'll tell you, I wouldn't have done that film again because looking back at it, nigga, I do look like a Sambo on that screen. So they was talking to
Richard. Yeah, Richard said most of the shit he did back then was Sambo. He said, "Damn, I look like a cool."
But I tell people this all the time. He only could do what was within his power, and didn't have the foresight because you got to think about Blazing Saddle was his movie, but since he was difficult and getting coked up, they took him out the movie and put in this unknown guy. I think people don't even really know who that guy is. He's a lesser known comedian. And that's what it is. I think with black folks, I know Nina Turner always has this quote, and I tell black people this, and she's like, yo, I love people, but I love my black people. I adore them because they're humanity, how beautiful they are. But I know how the world treats my people and everything else. So when they act out, they do certain things. I know that's out of, it's not malicious intent. And that's what you're seeing now, where these people with the progressives, even with some of the celebrities, they've always been cosplaying. And now they're upset because it's like, hey, we can't do this anymore. I give this guy probably like what, Mr. Carter, another 3 or 4 years with the NFL till they finally boot him to the curb and tell him to get the fuck up out of here. He's always been playing this game. So I understand people like tagging up, DJ about it, but we've been around long enough to see him do this over and over again. There's a movement. He comes, hey, I could call the niggas because Obama did the same thing with the NBA.
Yeah. I just think I don't. Again, these figures in sports and entertainment. Again, I don't feel in my head that I know them personally. But one thing I'll say, I mean, come on, like at least with Eddie Murphy niggas, like we got Boomerang, Harlem Nights, like we was getting some good shit. I think rap, another reason why it's like it's in a very trash space a lot of times on the grander level. Artists like Jid and them and J. Cole is doing great things. But there's this strong tumor in hip hop where there's control, there's selling things out for cheap, but then there's no beautiful art being produced on the other side either.
To your point, it's like it's too much gatekeeping, too much handler stuff. Because like imagine if, like the points y'all making, imagine if somebody would have been a handler in that negative type of way with Eddie Murphy. He said, no, don't rock the boat with these people. Don't play a leading man. And there are a lot of industry people, they don't comprehend, like, y'all keep doing this. Now y'all going on the internet telling people not to rock the boat and trying to say we the gatekeepers of the internet. It's annoying.
But I'm going to say this. What you're seeing is not hip-hop. It's street culture. It's nigga culture. And this is what happens when chicken comes home to roost. When you don't allow an art form to blossom naturally, where you want to constrain it and everything else, and people are shocked now the outcome. This is what happens when you allow females to rap and the natural blossom because of your own fucking fragile ego.
All right, man. You can say your thoughts.
I'm not gonna hold you up too long because I think I've been on the phone with you guys long enough. But that's what happened. So now they wonder, like, oh, why did this? Dude, you always had the roots. You always had the culture. You guys just didn't want to fertilize it.
Ooh.
Don't skip past that.
Don't skip past that, G.
Now that's a very important. That every music genre that was created in the black community was equally made by black men and black women. And yeah, what happened in hip hop, you had a lot of black men and women out there being popular, Roxanne and everybody else, but then eventually they just cut black women completely out of the market. And it just became so male dominated where people be like, well, it's a male thing, like it's poetry, nigga. Shut up. Like, what the fuck you mean by a male thing? Like, men and women can both spit poetry and make music. Like, it's silly.
This is how crazy it is. most people are more or less like a Kendrick, a J. Cole, Will Smith, Kid and Play. They made it seem like everybody in the black culture is a hustler, a gangster, a whore, or a kingpin. It was never designed for that, the way I try to tell people. It was never, it was always a political art form. It was always expressive. However, when you have people, and I don't agree with Dame Dash in many things, but I agree with him in this, when you have people that's not from the culture trying to dictate to you about the culture, it goes left. Because now you're seeing it in political, and you're seeing it with sports, with people who don't understand nuances, they don't understand contracts. And they really just, at the end of the day, they bring up bullshit narratives. And that's where old boy Jimmy Iovine wants to make superfans.
Saw Billboard doing it now too. They saying fan off. So they putting artists up and saying which fans can beat the other fans. That's like, what this shit is, Hunger Games, niggas?
The Running Man.
Like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that's what they
Because
doing.
they have nothing else to offer you guys anymore. There's no IPs and everything. Think about it. Cinnamon scared the shit out of white folks because it was original IP and everything, and they didn't expect it to do well. And there was a hit piece on it, just like the Micro movie. Those two movies in the last 2 years did very, very well.
But they do that
Very
all the
well.
time. They do that all the time when black people
absolutely.
excel in art. So I don't you know, it's the rule of the game. It's the rule of engagements. And the rules of engagement is that we change the rules when we feel like it. So you know, that's why I always tell people, if you step in the independent space, you're gonna have to step harder, and don't try to take too much of it personally, you know, because if you're doing something effective, you're doing something good, they are going to try to suppress your numbers, mimic you, or do smear campaigns. It comes with the game.
Last thing I'll say to you, G, before you go, is that is something that people do have to remember about the United States, because it is built on mafias and gangs. When people succeed, even if you're just a regular person, they change the rules. You saw that what happened with Robin Hood when people were doing GameStop. They was making a lot of money, and they said, "Yo, this is what we gonna do," and they
changing the rules,
and they shut it down. Or even with March on Wall Street, you had some people who were saving people's homes and mortgages. They were showing people how to flip the system. Then they shut that down. So anytime somebody
new rule,
they find something that's not against the law and they do it. Then now all of a sudden it's illegal, or they'll
heavily regulated.
So it is a thing, like a
game.
lot of people have to remember this is monopoly, and this whole money game and system is very dangerous and very rigged. You know, they will stop anybody who figure out a way to make money legitimately that doesn't cause death, but can help people. They shut it down quickly.
Yeah, look what they say, man. How dare you make money off all of your shit?
Well, I mean, you're seeing that now with the whole Sony and their, dissless thing. And I was like, oh, they just killed their company. They didn't realize it. My friend's like, oh, nah, this not. I was like, yo, bro, you gonna tell me I could buy something, but it's not mine?
Oh yeah, they can hang that up. They cheddar bob themselves on that one, and Sony can spin on their head all they want, like they had a Run DMC concert. It ain't happening. You know, that's the last thing somebody wants to feel, that I got stuff stored on my hard drive and you went in there and deleted it.
Yeah, to your point, the fact that they were so arrogant that they felt people wouldn't have any type of integrity or dignity. It's like, people do have nostalgia. Yes, we remember playing, Crash Bandicoot as kids and shit, but nobody loved y'all that much. Get out of here.
Well, the thing about it is, like, if this administration, if you see all the wild shit that's happening, these people think that orange orangutan's in office. If he could do it, I could do it too. And a lot of businesses, hey, what's going on, boss? Oh, no, right there. She'll be able to tell you. Sorry about that. Yeah, so it's one of those things where this is the era of the heist and the grift. This is the wildest thing I have ever seen, and I'm almost 50. this will go down history as the most corrupt, the most unethical administration, and they will try to rewrite history. They will try to make Donald Trump, just like Bush, into this lovable character. And I'm telling anybody hear my voice, you make sure that's not possible.
Right.
All right, G.
G-Real,
Thank
man.
you for calling
We appreciate you as always, bro.
All right, then. Peace out.
Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to drop a bomb for G-Real on that one, and on the rest of the callers, too. It looks like here's some new information, I guess, came out. People have been tagging us online about this Dame Dash stuff. So apparently, I guess his daughter has come out. Let's see what she got to say here.
Oh, let me put my headset back on.
Yeah, you know, Dame Dash daughter. They said, the
Okay,
people online, they say, damn, Rock Nation got to her. But let's see.
I have so much negativity being spread about myself and my family. When you search my name, the first thing that pops up is Ava Dash evicted. I don't need my friend.
Okay, they're saying that, her name is Ava Dash. Ava Dash, AVA, evicted. So apparently, her and Dame Dash was sharing a unit or a loft downtown or whatever the case is. And that I guess he couldn't pay his fair share of the rent and got them both evicted.
Yeah, if this is true, I don't know what Dame is doing because Roc-A-Fella is a major historic piece in hip hop.
It is.
I don't know why Dame can't make a lot of money online by even talking about the history of Roc-A-Fella and all this other stuff. And I don't know all the information on this, but this is not a good look. This is a horrible look. Like, how you and your daughter getting evicted? Like, this is a whole mess. And
it says she's not liking the attention either.
Of course, she's not gonna like the attention because she don't want to be in media.
Right.
She's not out there like to be fair to Dame's daughter. She's not out there like always stunting on the gram and all that. She seems like she wants to live a normal, life. And I think with Dame, like, we'll see what's going to happen on this, but this is not a good look. Has this been confirmed when people tagged us in this?
Yeah, it looks like it's confirmed because it's like some other people are talking. I'm going to see what the rest of it is. Let me see some real quick.
Damn, like.
I don't need my friends also adding to that. The reality is I had an apartment. I shared it with my dad, split the rent. I was on time paying my rent. My dad, not so much.
Come on, Dame. Bro, where's your priorities at as a father, bro?
Look, I'm not in
Are
his
you
business.
Are you this obsessed of getting rid of Jay-Z that you ain't handling?
I'm not in Dame's business. His business is in the internet streets, so I'll speak about it. Yeah, to your point, like we've heard Dame only talk about Jay-Z publicly.
See, this is like, like.
What is love?
The daughter came out publicly and said this, so just to make it clear, like what Prince said, because otherwise, like, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care.
I know I wouldn't care. But people are tagging us in this shit online.
Since people are tagging us in, and it's public, and she publicly talked about it, she said she paid her rent on time. Like, Dame, like, bro, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Like, this shit is goofy.
All right, let me see. There's a little bit left.
All right, let's listen to the rest.
I don't need to release a statement and say, hey guys, I wasn't the one that made us get this eviction notice, but the friend that has said something untrue about me and come for my character, this one I have to address. I would like to clear my name.
Oh.
So she says she would like to clear her name.
So a friend came out and tried to snitch?
I guess somebody came out and tried to say something about her. And also, she posted something else recently.
Let's give it a listen.
All right, let me turn it down. It looks like they got some music going on. Okay, it says here, POV, your dad said he would take you on a boat, but your dad is Damon Dash. So I guess she's saying that he's broke. Or he lies, or that he's both. He lies and he's broke. So, Simon Says, this is it. Simon Says, freeze, nigga. All right, and just to say that, you're talking about Beyonce being Jay-Z's wife, and we get it. That's your wife, hug it, and then your daughter outside.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like
the daughter outside.
Like, bro, we saw your teeth fall out your mouth. Like it's at this point. Like like your legacy is just getting destroyed. Like, you can't be out here talking about Beyonce and Jay-Z wife when you're not even paying your part of the rent. Like, your daughter has to come out here and you leaving her out in the open for, vultures and stuff. It's like, you're not even handling your business as a father, Granted, she seems to have like it seems like she has a good, way of handling herself. So I'm not saying you did a bad job in raising her, but it's like, you not coming through for the rent and you like leaving her out there like that. And you more focused on talking about Jay-Z business instead of like making sure that your daughter is okay when it comes to people trying to talk about her eviction and all that. I just like Dame is just a goofball, bro.
Petty says Dame is a Taurus. They cannot handle this level of embarrassment. He about to crash harder. Well, the only thing I'll say about it, which this would be counter to his brand, because not only we know him for talking about Jay-Z, I honestly didn't really care. I know a lot of pro-Hovenja niggas was like, that's enough, Dame, fine, whatever, I don't care. But one of the things that Dame does talk about is being a father, being a family man, what's masculinity, being there for your family. The daughter here says you are not there for me. So that's going to be a counter narrative there.
Add to this, why are people who have nothing to do with Tupac legacy know how to make money on YouTube talking about Tupac all day? You was right there with Roc-A-Fella, and you don't know how to
started it.
And you don't know how to make money online with the Roc-A-Fella legacy and conversations. And then on top of that, you out here talking about Beyonce and all this other shit, and it's like, bro, you're not even paying your fucking rent with your daughter.
I think,
and she somehow was able to come out up with the money all the time to pay on time.
Well, she's on a Bravo reality show, so she is in the entertainment business herself. And just like Jay doing what he doing, just like Dame is doing with Jay's name, like she said, look, I'm gonna eat all. I'm getting some out of here.
So she
said, I'm getting some off my daddy.
So she's on a reality show, and she was paying the rent from the show. She's making money off the reality show. You said on Bravo?
Yeah, it's on Bravo. Yeah, because I saw the logo. It said Bravo.
And it's with her and her friends?
Look like her and her friends. I don't know. It's like, rich little niggas. I don't know. But it's something with them.
And then, so she's been paying her rent, and Dame didn't pay his.
That's what she says. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't living with them, but I get what you're saying.
I'm saying like what, like
that's crazy.
We be analyzing stuff, and like just to go back, like the Tupac YouTubers know how to make. They be making money off of Tupac.
They be making.
They break it down, and take their time, talk about Suge and Pac and all these
niggas make money off of stories of I almost met Tupac.
How you was a part of Roc-A-Fella, bro, and you can't even make money off of Roc-A-Fella stories. You too. I think you because he's too much tunnel vision.
But you know what though, Sin? It really starts with Dame for Jay. All of this hell. Do you get what I'm saying?
That is true because also Jim brought up a great point. He can't narrate the story balance because he's too obsessed with Jay-Z. Like, so he's not.
He may do the story and Jay is not in the story. Yeah,
because he was almost there.
Yeah,
because when he did the Culture Vulture book and he had the barber, and that's before him and Cam got into it. It looked like he was gonna go in that direction years ago, like curating from his angle, what took place with Roc-A-Fella, says the pros and cons of Jay-Z. Still from his perspective though, where he could bring up what he thought Jay-Z did with the Leo and all that.
Yeah.
And at first people was like, oh, but he's not doing it in a manner of sophistication, and you're not doing it in a manner that represented that brand. Like you making the Roc-A-Fella legacy look even worse.
Also, to your point though, it's not only just a record label, right? But it is like a cool brand, and Dame is looking uncool to a lot of people right now.
Even when I saw him rapping with the woman, like, like two hillbillies. I don't know, like, bro, it's ugh.
I don't know. It makes me believe this is a clone. Because
nah, he always was arrogant. That's the
the arrogant part.
What they say, the pride before the fall.
Well, he been priding for a long time.
He been falling too.
Yeah, So her name is Ava Dash, and they said Ava posted this on TikTok. So like Jay said, we're going offense. So, Bleek had his misstep with the interview, but this here is definitely an L against Dame publicly.
No, this is an L. Yeah, this is a bad look for Dame.
Yeah, this is a bad look for Dame, You see what shit that
actually,
these niggas are doing?
if Memphis Bleek would have waited and not been belligerent on the political stuff, this would have been better for him to talk about.
Yeah.
He'd be like, yo, niggas can't even pay their rent. He could have been like, yo, this is what I'm trying to tell you. We don't owe nobody nothing. Dame had his time. Niggas can't even pay their rent. He went and had the conversation too soon. He made it about the greater collective and people who sacrifice and people who are activists. Like, bro, you need to... He should have been talking about that.
This is, Dame and Jay is the longest divorce in hip hop history. It just keeps going, and wasn't there like in 2004, 5, 6, or 7, 8, or 9, somewhere up in there, somewhere when niggas was doing snapping long tall tees. What was it that Dame and Jay-Z had met up with each other and they took a picture together and people was thinking like, oh, okay, at least they're cool again. And then nope, went right back to it. So yeah, so they look like people online. Folks are tagging us in it, but so it look like people online are cooking Dame Dash. I don't know if there's anything left to cook, any more meat on there to cook.
I think Dame is a liability for the anti-Roc Nation side because you would think he would be a strength because he was there. He stopped acting like he was a creator. Like he don't act like he was one of the three, which is him, Jay-Z, and Biggs. It's like like people say he talk about breath stinking and
the doo-doo cinnamon thing.
The horrible, like, and he think he's a comedian. Like, Dame, you're not funny.
Dame,
you're not funny.
Dame's dancing in videos was funny. I never thought the nigga was funny. Not like that. I think Dame's level of hate right now is absurd. That happens to be funny by happenstance. You know how it is. Y'all ever meet people when they get so grumpy, just everything they do starts becoming funny? That's where Dame is right now.
And it's crazy because you would think he's supposed to be like a strength for the anti-Roc Nation people because this is someone who was there. He actually helped create it. He helped build it. An important piece. But because he don't act like one of the founders, he just be doing his weird, thirsty internet shit. He, to me, in my personal opinion, he's become a liability to the anti-Roc Nation side.
Actually, the anti-Roc Nation niggas swapped Dame out for Ack. That's what they did.
They was trying to.
Yeah,
when they was trying to recruit him at one time.
Tag me in, niggas, right?
But no, yeah. I think he's the biggest liability. Academics for the anti-Roc Nation side, not really a liability, but he did a bad job with Charlamagne because he was actually giving some really good momentum for the anti-Roc Nation side. He just did a horrible performance though with Charlamagne and Charlamagne. And also the problem is, like, even though Charlamagne has a lot of weaknesses that are easy to exploit, which I don't know why the anti-Roc Nation side isn't doing it in a more sophisticated way, but he even came to be an upside for them because he has pull of academics. So it still ended up being, a win for them in that sense. But we'll see what happens at each side. We'll see what the pro-Roc Nation do with the damage control of what Memphis Bleek said, and then what the anti-Roc Nation is going to do about how embarrassing Dame Dash is.
Folks, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to cap off on that note. Did a little bit of overdrive with you all. Again, for Friday at 6:15 p.m., Be More Insane will be live on Patreon and on the esoteric tier, boys and girls. And you guys know how they're going to be doing. They're going to be breaking the things down in history and what goes on with different charts and transits. It just, like I say, a wonderful shindig that, they normally do. They do an excellent job. So, again, as you guys can see, I did post a link in the chat. Also, it should have been. Yeah, there it is. It's okay. There it is. That the link right there at the bottom that's pinned right there. You guys click on it. Grab your seats right now. Again, Be More and Sin will be live tomorrow at 6:15 p.m.
It is gonna be funny though. Before we cap off, to see if Memphis is gonna try to like redirect it. So, no, this is what I meant by when I meant by praying rant. I was talking about like that day. Like try to pivot from the activistic, you know. Nah. But he did blatantly say though, "Fuck activists," though.
You talking about Bleek? Bleek is no.
But maybe he gonna try to pivot it towards the Dame thing. We'll see.
Bleek might come out and say what I said. I was bugging. I was being stupid. You know, he may try to play that role.
I was really talking about, you see what's going on with Dame, how he coming out there, he can't pay his rent. That's what I mean by Hov don't owe these niggas shit.
Yeah.
You know, so we'll see.
If he's smart, he'll make that play and move on, you know. But he said, we selling drugs. You got to laugh at it, folks.
He said, yo, we selling drugs, nigga. We did turn that into a sound effect.
Yeah,
we selling drugs, nigga.
Activism and comedy, man. I'm telling you all, it's hilarious. Again, we hope you guys, we've been able to help you out a little bit. We hope you feel better than leaving the program than you did coming into here, all right? Outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, tomorrow at 6:15 p.m. on the Esoteric tier, for all those members that are on the Esoteric tier, Be More and Sin will be live once again, and they're going to do what they normally do on Astro Talk. And outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be. Oh, go ahead, Sin.
No, continue.
For the morning cereal situation, we'll see you guys again on Monday. Sin, like you about to say one more thing.
Yeah, and also, I don't hate you industry people. I do want to make it clear. I really don't hate y'all. And some of y'all who did irritate me and make me mad, I'm not mad anymore. But y'all just way too narcissistic, that's all. And too egotistical. Like, I just had to put that out there earlier during the stream that nobody thinking about lining y'all up or setting y'all up. Like, come on. You know, you're not an Orbit and Prince and I world like that. When we get off of work and doing our media stuff and our everyday life, we do not care. We like to do our breakdowns, detective stuff. You know, y'all know what we do for the people who've been here for a long time. Y'all already know what we like to do.
You gonna jump parties like Ftterman?
No, because all roads lead to hell with y'all, and a lot of y'all just don't have no common sense, y'all. You know, you jump over there with them people, you just gonna get knots.
And they ain't doing nothing. They just selling drugs. That's it.
According to exactly, Memphis like we selling drugs over here. Like what the fuck?
And Bleek, you on FCC airwaves saying that you could trigger a RICO.
We
like you gotta think about
we selling drugs over here.
Jay just got out of a situation where they had a lady say when she was 11 that something inappropriate happened.
And Jay, and you paying? We selling drugs over here.
Oh, like they say, what's going on over there?
Tony Bugsby like, wait, we selling drugs over here.
Got him. I knew they all were smart over there. Got him. And what's his name?
I told you, Bugsby, that your opportunity will come back.
Alabama Bleek.
You're gonna get
got him.
Alabama Bleek.
Got his black butt. Alabama Bleek said here at 2 minutes and 44 seconds that we selling drugs.
We selling drugs over here.
Got him. Take his hat off. The drugs is under his hat. The drugs are under his hat. Alabama Bleek, we got you. We got you. Yeah, Jay. You thought you was gonna get away. We got you now. I'm a shark.
The drugs is in the platinum chains. Yo, Tony Bugsby he probably waiting. He's thirsty and shit.
I replayed Bleek's interview several times. I said, nigga, now, bro, Jay just got out of some bullshit with this damn thing about this woman when she was 11, and you came right back outside with it.
He said, that's what I was talking about.
See, so, see, now when he got away with the, he beat the case, but here, his man that is his best man that was at his wedding just admitted on FCC airwaves that they are selling drugs. I worth an investigation. Lock him up. Alabama Bleek. Lock him up. Lock him up. I told you, I'm telling you. Lock him up. He just said right there, and then he talked about they were selling drugs. And here's the thing about black on black crime. See, it's not about Kaepernick. Now, I think he should have got his ass up off that knee. That's a different story. But see, your hero said that they're selling drugs and they didn't care about activism.
You got Dame riding around with killers. You got Memphis on the radio talking about we selling drugs over here. They 50 and up. Like, yo,
I said, yo, Bleek,
man,
why did you say that on the air, man? Come on, bro. Like, anyway.
And Memphis, you could tell he got a little bit triggered. Like, the real, like, he about to say, nigga, we just do this to make money, nigga. It ain't all fault y'all dumb enough to fall for it.
Bleek,
That's basically what he wanted to say.
He's such an old school Marcy nigga. I think Mouse's earrings was irritating him. Yo, you got the nigga with the hoop earrings asking me stupid questions.
He wanted to say you got the broke nigga asking me questions.
Yeah.
That's what he wanted to say.
He was trying to call them nerds and everything.
Like, nigga, he was about to say, nigga, why you even talking to me?
Them hoop earrings was angering Bleek. Hey man, y'all look, it's a stick up, kids.
I tell you, all the New York niggas are entertaining though.
They funny to me.
Jim Jones, 50 Cent, Memphis Bleek, Jay-Z, Mano, Tony Yayo, Uncle Murder. Oh, like, come on. Mace, Cameron,
especially
like Dame Dash. Like, what the fuck is this?
All of the New York hood niggas make me laugh. You know why? Like, think about from Bleek's perspective. He said, yo, the nigga was asking me stupid questions, Jay. The nigga was wearing my mama's earrings inside his ear. Come on, Jay, go. I ain't got to answer to these clowns.
He's like, yo, I was just trying to defend you, ho. Like, you my brother. They asked me all these questions about Target. Like, nigga, he got
Bleek, man. Bleek, baby, Bleek. Yo, who scheduled the interview? You asked me for tickets, but you didn't run that by me?
He probably gonna say, you was just supposed to go on the Breakfast Club.
Yeah, why you double back to the other little niggas? Damn, Bleek, hold on.
Like, we got the Breakfast Club.
Blue, put that down.
They over here with Rock Nation. You supposed to stay there. Like, why? Like, you said he went to the C-rate.
Like, I mean, yo, I don't even know the name of that fucking show. Nigga, why were you over there?
Nigga ask about me. Also, Ariel with the super chat.
Bleek, give me your hat.
All right, Ariel Smoke says here, it's an old YN epidemic. Yeah, a lot of them outside players.
We fly high, no lie, you know it. Man. But yeah, you know, Yo, it's this thing about like how I know, and I'm not being ageist, I'm just saying like all these dudes are like 50 Cent, they like, yeah, we back outside. It's just like, you know, it's just crazy. Like, yo, we back outside. You know, it's kind of like someone
the real niggas outside.
The Expendables. Like, you got all the old New York niggas from New York City and all the boroughs. They all outside.
I'm gonna be honest with you. For the elder class in hip hop, I'm just talking about in rap years. I'm not talking about in actual 50 is young, especially in black years, right? But in hip hop years, 50's 500 years old, right? But I will say this will be the biggest street class of any rap generation, because you know, by the time if any of the drill street niggas or drill chopper UK grime niggas make it to 50, it might be one or two of them left. Okay.
Well, and then also, but Memphis probably like, but I'm the youngest of them. He talking
about
like
the rock, baby boy.
He's like, I'm still the baby of the Roc-A-Fella.
Yo, the nigga with the hoops in his ear, Jay, he kept talking to me about it.
Yo, that's why you should have changed your tone, nigga. Them skateboarders. You giving me the same shit. You giving me the same headache Lupe gave me, nigga. That's why I was shocked. I couldn't believe that. I was like, I got behind the skateboarding nigga. I'm thinking like, cause I'm with Ye, I'm with Beyonce. We got rid of Dame. Dame walking around threatening niggas with bats in the business setting. It's unprofessional environment. So I get behind the skateboard nigga. Did he call Obama a terrorist? And it gave me anxiety.
Obama, you a terrorist.
So then, and who would have known that the Pyru little nigga would be quieter than the skateboarder nigga?
I think Lupe probably did give Jay-Z anxiety. Like, yo, bro, we just worked this connect. I got Obama on the phone.
Jay, Jigga, what is going on with Lupe fiasco? You know what rhymes with fiasco? Asshole. What's going on with him? All right, but yeah, so listen, ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is. It's funny, but I did laugh. I said, wow, Memphis Bleek said we're selling drugs, and Jay-Z's, you know, he getting put through the ringer for different reasons. All right, so we're going to go ahead and drop it off on this note, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll pay attention. Some more shit is going to pop off by the weekend, too, because it's a bunch of proxy wars going on in media, not only just rap and hip-hop, but also, of course, politics. Pay attention to the Ftterman situation, because that's going to determine a lot as well. And then you're going to be seeing what type of campaigns they're really going to be introducing to you all in August. You know, you're going to really see that August, September, and then you're going to see it structured by October.
I'm getting tired of all these pushers selling something. You know, it's from the Democrats, Republicans, the movie execs, to the... I mean, somebody always selling some type of scam. It's getting exhausting, you know?
Yeah.
But you know what?
It's always hurry up and buy now.
Right. Like,
that's how they all act. Hurry up and buy now.
I really like, bro, I was like, everybody mute. I'm tired of the fucking white progressives. I'm tired of the white conservatives. I'm tired of the black scammers in hip hop. I'm tired of the Jewish and white scammers in hip hop. I'm like, all this scamming.
Hey, here come Officer Tatum. He outside narrating the Nolan situation.
Yeah, all this.
I'm like, oh man,
I was like,
bro.
At this point, like, that's why I don't really even be listening to nobody at this point.
No.
Like, I don't like most media platforms. I don't even pay attention to. I just go to my spiritual stuff, my astrology stuff. I go and, you know, watch some movies I like and watch some anime and whatever. But I don't be listening to no platforms at this point. Like, everybody is just grifting and all this other scamming and shit. It's getting on my nerves.
High Power says, can we get a sample pack of Prince's impersonations? That's funny.
We probably will.
Having a conversation upstairs with myself. But anyway.
And especially, I would say just real quick too, especially you artists, y'all are a big disappointment because you should be selling your art. I don't know why y'all scamming and doing the grifting talking point shit and all that. Like, go fucking sell your art. I will, you know, give it up to Larry June. Give it up to just everybody right now who just put out the music or whatever your artistic ability is. Thank you, because everybody else, like, they're getting on my fucking nerves.
Chicken. Uh-oh. Why is Barclay Center trending? All right. Also, before we go, High Power says, Sin, what anime are you watching?
I like to go back to a lot of the 80s and 90s stuff, the classic stuff, you know. So sometimes, you know, not just like Ghost in the Shell, but I also like to watch some of the more obscure 80s anime and 90s. Now, I will say contemporary anime shows and movies aren't bad, too. But stylistically, I feel the late 80s, early 90s is just something about that era of anime that I really like. And also sometimes I be, you know, reading some, you know, mangas and manhwas as well.
Yeah, you do.
You know, getting into that as well.
So y'all want to know something? All next week, we're going to just talk about comics, movies, and anime. Every day. What do y'all think about that for the rest of the year? Y'all be like, yo, y'all see what's going on in hip-hop? No, niggas. We don't.
I mean, we do, but, you know, maybe I'm not, I haven't made a decision yet.
Y'all want to do that? We're going to start Monday, Sam.
A part of me is thinking about, I don't even know if I want to even talk about any of this shit anymore. Because it's like, I feel like we've already talked about this shit enough. At the end of the day, now let's just see whatever the final result is going to be. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's starting to.
Well, you know what's said. What did he say? He says, every time I leave, they pull me right back in. Right?
No, for real. Like that's what actually, to be fair to us, Sid and I were talking about some other stuff, and then 2024 happened, and then
I'm going right back to.
I know you, Flo. You got an MF Doom mask. He says I'm with it. Petty Gift says bring it on. Yeah, I've been bringing some more of that stuff into the conversation to break it up a little bit because the Drake, Jay-Z, Kendrick loop is it's resounding, and Lord have mercy, man.
Nicki, throw her in there too.
She hasn't resurfaced yet, but we see her shark fan.
I mean, it's just a part. The whole loop thing, and then the whole like that whole I am,
But something always happens big, and then people will check it out. But outside of that, I do think overall the interview was funny. It's not going to be a good look for Jay-Z or Memphis Bleek. He's probably going to come outside and try to correct course a little bit.
Dame not paying his side of the rent with his daughter. Not good look either.
Not a good look. Ftterman, chasing black people down with shotguns. Not a good look.
I've never liked Ftterman.
No.
Actually, and I don't even pay attention to him. So I had a weird dream with him a long time ago. I was like, ugh, like a golem. First of all, his face is horrendous, so that's already scary enough.
You know what he looked like? He looked like one of them robots from Westworld. Y'all don't think so with Ftterman? He don't look like that to y'all.
Like, bro, his spirit is exactly how he looks,
Him, and also which one? The Graham Plattner. He was another one. The Graham. All right. So yeah, y'all. No, we'll just continue to chop it up. Also, I'll make sure this weekend we're going to be working on some other things. But for you guys, you can always hit us up, or if you're on Patreon, you can directly message us or chat with us, and you can make your requests about if there's certain films. I did see the new Tom Cruise trailer, Digger, I believe that's what it's called. I'm interested in him basically mocking billionaires. I think that's going to be interesting.
And yes, Jen, we will have a list of anime. Actually, we're going to do a list for our top 10 anime picks for each decade, 80s, 90s, and the 2000s, for people and to,
You know what they're going to do, saying they're going to look at the list. Man, I fuck with y'all, but y'all ain't got no Boondocks on here? All right, y'all. We enjoyed y'all so much. We hope you guys, at the very least, it gets you partially through your shift if you're working right now on Thursdays. And again, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, Be More Insane will be live at 6:15 p.m.
One more thing.
Go ahead, Sid.
Y'all saw Caitlin Clark flopping and yelling at the refs because of her flop?
Did you see more video footage came out, Sin?
Well, okay, what's the other footage show?
That she had punched the table. You see that?
Look,
Caitlin Clark, she's unbearable to watch. My personal opinion.
We called it early on this woman. Y'all are going to see. And I can't believe people think we would hate her just because she was winning. Get the fuck out of here. We did not like the girl's personality. We knew, she flops too much to be crying this much. And we're consistent with that even when it comes to the NBA. You can't be a flopper and also a dirty player and then fucking cry. That's like if Dennis Rodman was when he was doing dirty plays, being a fucking crybaby. He took it. He knew he was a dirty fucking player. I can't stand dirty players who fucking cry. You either gonna be that and take it on the chin, or shut the fuck up. And Caitlin Clark also is not the best player in the WNBA. Not even close. Asia got that on down pat. Paige is doing better than her. Olivia, as a rookie, is doing better. And there's better two-way players as guards in the WNBA right now. I'm sick of the whole Caitlin bullshit.
Well, let's put this on the screen, Sam, so you can see this.
Okay.
Not to, You know what I think? I actually think Caitlin Clark is becoming more of a liability for the WNBA. Look at this here. Look at this here. Got the pinwheel of death here. But yeah, she's shooting, if I recall correctly, she's shooting 15.8% from the free throw. With 3-pointers, I believe. Let me see.
3-pointers.
Yeah, 3-pointers, yeah. Hold on. There it is. You see that? And she didn't get no tech call nowhere. Look at this. Look.
Yeah, Angel.
Caitlin Clark is. Look at this shit.
Everybody else is improving their game, but Caitlin Clark. Even Angel Reese is improving her game. You know, she had a great performance last game, and you know, I don't even care about the anger of Caitlin if it was placed the right way. I don't like the fact that you're a dirty player, but then you cry as if you're not. We know in basketball you have people who are dirty players and you have people who are not. I give a lot of grace to people who aren't dirty players if they get upset and different things like that, because that's not their playing style. Although they're going to have to play against people who dirty plays is their style. And for Caitlin Clark to be one of those dirty players, but not on top of that, she's not only a dirty player, she's also a flopper. My goodness.
Well, the anger it has to be criticized in this context, because one of the things that was
no, you're right. I'm bringing it up. I'm saying if she wasn't. I'm saying if she.
Oh no, I agree with you. I was just going to continue on here and say that one of the things that was pretty bad. I didn't like how she was yelling right in the ref's face. I've seen so many people get taxed or get ejected from the game,
and she didn't get ejected. She is a spoiled brat.
And she raised her hands up, her arms up, in the ref's face, and she yelled at the ref. Walks off and punches the table. And like everybody's like, oh, just let the brat cool off.
Yeah, and you're not a freshman no more. You don't get no fucking passes.
I'm telling y'all, pay attention. She's becoming a liability. I don't care how many times Adam Silver is trying to dog whistle to people behind the scenes.
Adam Silver's a bitch, a bullheaded bitch. I can't. That alien looking man, I don't like him. I can't stand he actually is the one who's been meddling in the WNBA. So now we know why they're trying to force favorable treatment for Caitlin. And she is not the face of the league. She's not the best player. And she hasn't proven shit. And Mitchell is performing way better on the Indiana Fever than Caitlin.
So the reason why I'm playing is we've seen athletes. Athletes are very emotional, especially if they're not feeling like if they're just not in the flow state. When they're out of their flow state, they're angry, right? This is in context to her yelling at the ref, flopping and crying, not having the best game, right? And walking off the court and hitting the desk, right? So, and then now her people, they getting saucy because Olivia Miles is on her AI shit right now. You get what I'm saying? And I'm telling y'all, pay attention. This girl here is going to be a liability for the WNBA.
And also, come on, y'all keep it a buck. Y'all know that Adam Silver looked like a fucking alien. His face creeps me out. He looked like a creature from Men in Black.
He do look like his face about to open up.
Yeah, it's like he doesn't look human. He do look like some type of alien creature. I'm like, who? Like, I'ma just, he looked weird to me. He looked very weird, very creepy, and he has been fucking up the NBA. Adam Silver has been horrible.
Yeah, the only thing he's been doing is, being soft on LeBron. All right. So, do y'all get it? But no, the reason why I'm saying it, because I know what Adam Silver is trying to force in people like him and the people that are behind Caitlin Clark. Because remember, they really, I'm going to be real with y'all. They're really using Caitlin Clark as a grift. Okay? They know that they made her a recognizable face. It's not that she ain't the only recognizable face, but they made it. And so now they're merching her. Merch it. That's what they're doing. So, okay, Caitlin Clark is shooting 15.8% from the three. All right? And, again, they want to be able to sell to these Christians and all these people, these evangelicals. They want to tap into that market, and that's what they're doing. And that's why you hear them talking about the Caitlin law. It's
gonna fail because she's not a good flopper. See, James Harden and CGA, they know how to flop without injuring themselves. This bitch is dumb. Like, you doing dirty plays, then you're flopping in a way that is compromising your physical body. She's stupid. Like, what the fuck is this?
I actually think
I'm not trying to watch this shit. People want to watch her doing being a pure shooter, perimeter shots, People already know she wasn't that good on defense. But, you know, everybody knew what they wanted to see her for and what they wanted her to improve on.
It's a lick, Sin. It's just a lick,
This is goofy.
No, it's just a business lick. I know a business lick when I see one. All right? And I'm going to be real with you. It's a business lick. Caitlin Clark is also, she's a damn near walking psyop.
Also, yeah, I meant to say SGA, not CGA.
Yeah, so, you know, was criticizing LeBron.
Yes, he did.
So let's move on. Look, y'all, Caitlin Clark is a psyop, but she's going to be a liability for the WNBA because it sounds like to people you keep trying to take their fun away. And, like, look at this here. This is what I was talking about. Look what I was talking about. If this, and I hate having to do if this was a black person, if this was this person, but any other person in the league, look.
It's not even about being white. Because
look at this shit here, like, real quick. Just
to your point, if it's any of the white chicks in the WNBA, they would have gotten a tag.
Look at this here. So, look, this is what you're dealing with. I'm telling you.
How's she supposed to give a call on a foul for a flop?
Here's the thing. You see this here? This person has uncontrollable rage. She's going to do something in the WNBA, and we're going to have to go live about it. And it's going to be a big controversial moment. I'm making a prediction right now. You guys are going to see it. This here is uncontrollable brat rage. All right? And it's too much privilege sauce around it. This is nothing. This is all a recipe for disaster. And even when because Sin told me that Adam Silver was whispering in people's ears behind the scene.
He was being the op in the WNBA. So he revealed himself. He was the one. Because there's been some of the elites in the NBA trying to give favoritism towards Caitlyn as well.
Yeah, no, I'm serious about this. Y'all pay attention. We're going to be having to go live on this girl right here again because she's going to do something in the WNBA, and it's going to be a liability for the WNBA, and there's going to be a big protest behind it. It's too much. This is a recipe for disaster. Y'all evangelicals keep being cute online. You guys are mixing a disaster pot right here. I've seen enough of Caitlin Clark today. I'm going to get her off my screen right now. Because that's a total angry, rageful brat that gets to have her way for right now. But she is going to mess up. All right, folks. We're going to end on this note here, ladies and gentlemen. You know, we're going to get up out of here. Anything else, Sam?
Nope, that's it.
All right, then. We love you guys so much. We hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Y'all take care. This is your man, P Solo.
And this is your girl, Sincere.
We are out. Peace.
CRIMEZ. Thought crimes.
And I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrow.
Oh my God, what's this?
And I sing. And I sing.
Thought crimes. Thought crimes. We are all the same. We are all the same. More group
Coming through your airwaves. All right, now I'm here to kick the ballistics. Check out Thought Crimes. Are you following me? Coming through your airwaves. Coming through your airways. You ain't gonna get me with that one.